Football is
America,
America.
football
Let's
is
go.
America. If you don't like it, you can kiss your candy ass for the moment in time. I don't give a damn. Oh my God.
No.
You loved it.
It's 30 to 27. Chiefs win. Chiefs win 30 to 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3rd and 6. Looking, throwing, caught. T. Higgins on Riley Moss. This is something we saw. Yeah, last December. That's exactly what they're bringing up right now. Come on. Damn it. My goodness. All right. Wow. They had Jamar Chase deep. Damn. Could have been a lot worse for us. All right. Let's go. 2nd and 1. Oh my God. They're just running down our throat now. Come on. Come on. All right. 1st and 10. Shotgun. And they're going to run it. You got to make that fucking tackle. Alex Singleton, you bum. How does that happen? What is that? Was that Malcolm Roach? Did a great job forcing him to have to stop, and that's when your linebacker comes up and makes a tackle. Alex Singleton. What a bum. We got Daniel Barry in the chat. What's up, Daniel? 2nd and 8. And caught, completed on Riley Moss. He's already got 2 catches on Riley Moss. Here we go. Set 3rd and 2. Denver's red zone defense has been a bright spot. Here's T. Higgins lined up at the bottom of the screen. They're going to pick on him. They're going to go his way right now. Incomplete. Jeez. All right. That's that field goal. Bengals a chance to take the lead here. All right. Bengals with an early lead. Disappointing defensively for Denver. All right. Woo. Plenty of time. No reason to worry. No reason to worry. I mean, yeah, there's reason to worry. Depending on how the offense looks when the offense comes back out here. And that's kind of something I wanted to talk to you guys about. I want to get settled into the game a little bit, but um, let me just say this: the Broncos are doing a really good job in the second and third quarter, but the reason they're 1-2 is because of their first quarter offense. And their fourth quarter offense can actually go ahead and just be combined in it because the Broncos. Actually, I forgot my book downstairs where I took all my notes. But they are throwing they're 30th in pass attempts and they're 30th in rushing attempts. So they're not passing it or rushing because it's like, why aren't they running the football? They're handing it off fewer than any other team in the NFL. Why are they not running the ball? They must be passing it. No, they're not passing it either. Few attempts in the NFL. So why not? Well, their depth of target also ranks 30th. They're only throwing 4.4, yet their completion percentage also ranks 30th. 50%. You're throwing it a depth of target 4.4 yards per attempt and you're completing it less than 50% of the time. So they're not sustaining drives. So they're not calling that many plays. It's 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. First quarter's over. And that's what's concerning. Okay. Now, in the second quarter, Denver is running the football 7 yards of carry in the second quarter. And they're able to get something going. And their depth of target when they throw the football in the second quarter goes up to 7 yards per attempt from 4. So Denver, it's like they do this check down thing in the first quarter, and then they get desperate after 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and they come out in the second quarter and they start throwing the ball and attacking vertically. And then Denver has some success, which opens up the running game. But I just want to see Denver go into second quarter mode in the first quarter in this game. I want to see Denver come out and attack this defense because that is what is causing everything that's going wrong in Denver in the first quarter. It's the play calling. It's way too conservative. Here we go. Bo's going to line up under center. First and 10, they're going to motion Troy Franklin, and they're going to hand it off to J.K. Dobbins. And J.K. Dobbins picks up 3.5, maybe 4. And the Bengals say they have the ball now. Oh, my God. Tell me it's not true. All right, got my book. 3rd and 2. What a relief to be in a 3rd and manageable. That's part of the reason Denver hasn't been able to get any drives going. Average 3rd down was 3rd and 12 last week against the Chargers. Bo Nix is going to call timeout. What is this? Third play into the game and you have to burn a timeout? Jeez, why can't you get out of the huddle? Sean, shorten the fucking terminology a little bit. All right. So Denver has to burn a timeout. Here we go. Last week they were 2 for 13 on third downs. Bo under center. He's going to flip it to RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey gets blown up in the backfield. He just tried to make the most of it. It's fourth down. So a 3 and out. Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, let's bring Pat Bryan in to block the edge. Just the rookie. What happened there? Who is that? McGlinchey? McGlinchey, he's looking for somebody while his guy that he's supposed to be blocking is blowing up. McGlinchey is looking for somebody to block, and if he goes and hits the guy that is tackling RJ Harvey, maybe we get a first down. But it's like the Bengals got penetration, and by the time RJ Harvey had the ball, because Denver's offense wasn't making any blocks, he's getting hit already. I mean, it was a great effort by RJ Harvey. Holding on the receiving team. 10 yards from the touchback spot. Was it a touchback? Let me see that kick again. I got to look at this play again. All right. Who is this? All right. I'm looking at the play again. Pitches it. Yeah. McGlinchey. All right. This is nice that I'm able to back, rewind, and watch this in slow motion here. Okay. Yeah. 98. Just pushed over. Is that 60? And then McGlinchey and Waterberg both. Yeah. They were both manhandled. Quinn Martinez was the only one that was actually getting pushed down the field. And I'm so tired about hearing how this is the best rush. This is the best offensive line in the NFL. I don't want to hear it anymore. You know how you can tell who's got the best offensive line in the NFL? Teams that are able to run the football effectively. That's how you know whether or not you got a good offensive line. Can you run the football and do it consistently? Like the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, that's right. I said the Jacksonville Jaguars. Catch up. Liam Cohen turned Jacksonville into a top 3 rushing team, just like when he took over Tampa Bay when Canales went to the Panthers. Tampa Bay was ranked 31st in the NFL, in rushing yards per game, and then they were 5th in Liam Cohen's first season with Tampa Bay, which is partly why we saw him become a head coach, and it's why Jacksonville was able to go into San Francisco or Santa Clara and beat the 49ers while running the football for 170 plus yards. It's got to be a combination of run design, okay, run design and actual talent. I think Denver's talented enough with their offensive line, but I think they are scheming their runs in a bad way. I don't think that they're calling them at the right time, and it's hard to say exactly like what's going wrong. Like, why can't we run the football? But when it's 3rd and 2 and you pitch the ball, and Mike McGlinchey and Wattenberg are getting just absolutely pushed 3 yards back, and then RJ Harvey's getting blown up, that's just getting manned at the line. That's nothing else. Like, how are you going to tell me this is one of the best run offensive lines in the NFL when 2 of the 5 guys on our line just got thrown back like a rag doll, and they're hitting RJ Harvey in the backfield? It's amazing that he was able to get a yard after that. But this is exactly the bullshit that I'm talking about. This is exactly what we deal with over and over and over, and it's happening again. First quarter points, Denver is averaging 3.3 first quarter points. That's 24th in the NFL, right there with Cincinnati, Tennessee, New Orleans, Cleveland, all the other terrible teams. We're going to hand it off here to Chase, and Chase is able to pick up 5 yards. Why? Why are they picking up 5 yards on the ground? This is unacceptable. Denver has 68 points in total through 3 games. That's 26th in the NFL. Cincinnati is 29th. And a flag comes out after the attempt to throw the ball to Jamar Chase, and they're going to call this on Riley Moss. Pass interference. All right. Drive 2. Riley Moss. Hey, let's just target the whatever receiver. Why is Riley Moss? You don't even need to do that. You have great coverage on him. Why are you pulling his jersey? And they're going to run it again here. This time they're going to pick up 2. So the Bengals have thrown the ball 3 times. So 3 times. The Bengals have 147 rushing yards through 3 weeks, fewest by a team with a winning record. Fewest by a team with winning record since 1933. Wow. Here's a throw, and Alex Singleton tackles Jamar Chase. Fewest rushing yards. And look at this. The first quarter, there's 5 minutes left. We've ran 3 plays. Mike Gesicki's wide open in the middle of the field as well. This is very concerning. This is very concerning. 3rd and 2. Jeez. Here we go. Jonah Ellis coming off the edge. They're going to throw it, and incomplete. No flag this time. So let me see. How many? I need to see the box score. I need to see the box score. They're going for it on their own 45. Analytics say to go for it. And look at that. Sean Payton, same spot of the field. Maybe not in the same spot, but very close to it. And now they got a fuck. Jonah Ellis. How is that happening at home? Please be on the Bengals. How? That's a terrible call. Jonah Ellis jumped off sides. Jonah Ellis jumped off sides. So there we go. We got more penalties. Here's a really ugly punt. Goes out of bounds. All right. Now Denver's going to take a deep shot here. And this is what is this is what gets concerning. Okay? Because now there's 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Denver's only ran 3 plays. And now you get it's not just 1 week. It's a buildup. It's a buildup of things. And then you start to feel like you're forcing things downfield because of the way things have gone, right? They have to keep their composure, and they have to start running the football. We got Edub in the chat. What's up, Edub? Ready for Sunday, Kyle? Oh, man, they're gonna go back and show this call again. What did he do? All right. Now Bo's going to take a shot. Here we go. Bo. And he's just going to run it. Second and 7. Bo next. Gain of 3. All right. They're going to fake the pitch. Now Bo. Oh, my God. He dropped it. Come on! How are you dropping that? Dude! Catch the ball! This is the kind of crap that they say too. Bo Nix just isn't having a good year. That's a 25-yard gain. Cortland Sutton picks up 15. 12. Here we go. First down. They're going to fake the handoff, Bo, and they're going to try that same throw. This time it's Adam Trotman, and Adam Trotman is going to pick up 30. 26. All right. Now we've seen too on these layered crossing. These are, here we go. They're gonna hand it off to RJ Harvey here. RJ Harvey is gonna pick up 8. RJ Harvey, the rookie running back who just hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities lately. And man, Denver decided to draft Jahade Barron while Omarion Hampton was on the board. And you see Omarion Hampton the last couple of weeks. And it's like, okay, if you felt that good about RJ Harvey, let's see him. Adam Prentice takes it to the 10-yard line. First down. All right. Here we go. First down. J.K. Dobbins is back in the ball game. You're going to motion the running back. Let's run it right up the middle. There we go. That's what I want to see. Look at that. 4-yard gain. I'm done with the pitches. We're not pulling very well. McGlinchey keeps getting beat on the pulls. Let's go right up the right up where the guards are, and let's let Quinn Marinez do the rest. 37 straight games without a 100-yard rusher. Longest active streak. Here we go. 2nd and 5. Bo Nix looking to throw. Firing. Trying to get it to Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant was just spatially in a different place than Bo Nix. Pat Bryant, 6'2", 204 pounds. Cortland Sutton, RJ Harvey. And here we go. Sutton. Bo Nix is going to run it himself. Touchdown. And Bo Nix says, I'll do it. Touchdown, Denver. Sluggish start for the Broncos. E-Dub, not bad. Yeah, Bo Nix rushing touchdown. Feel good about that. Definitely feel good about that. I think this might be. We did it! Will Lutz knocks the extra point through. And Broncos on top, 7-3. And it is time To update the ticker. Man, I'm kind of bummed that Rick's not here for this. It's like I wish Ginger was here. I feel like I'm so happy you're here, Edub. So I don't have to watch this game alone because it's like I got Mary downstairs clapping. I'm like I could be watching it with her, and no one even showed up. But that's the thing. If I only went live when people showed up, you know, I wouldn't have any subscribers because the only reason I got any is because I went live when no one was there, and then people gradually came in. So you can't go off of whether people are there or not. You just have to go no matter what. But this is definitely one of those games I wish we had some people. Thank God for Edub. We got ourselves a ticker. Do we like it on the bottom? Yeah. Me, Darwin, and Doc are here for you. Hell yeah. Do we have Darwin? I didn't see Darwin. Where's Darwin and Doc? Oh, you're all three of them. All right. So obviously I won't be able to have the time updated. We see so they got the first down on the fullback run. Then they ran it with what was it, JK, and then Bonix. After Pat Bryant target on fade route. All right. I like to take notes. So after the game, instead of being so emotional that I can't really wrap my head around what happened, I actually can look down and be like, okay, this is what plays we ran. Because sometimes it's hard to remember, like, why didn't things get going, or what did we do that helped? And I knew that was going to be a good drive for us. I said we're going to score, we're going to push the ball downfield. Why? Because Denver felt like the sense of urgency was there, and when they feel that, they push the ball down the field, and then we move the ball. It's when they get conservative, or they have a 10-point lead that they have 3 and outs, which is why the second quarter and the third quarter, Denver's 5th and 3rd in points, and they're 30th in the first quarter and the fourth quarter. It doesn't make any sense. Hey, Woody. And I have Woody here. I got Woody for the game. Go Broncos. Go Broncos. Go Broncos, right, Woody? Good boy. Mm-hmm. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. All right. So a good start. After a disappointing first drive, I think defensively. Now, this is what I wanted to look up, okay? Because we've seen, where's the box score? Here we go, stats. Jake Browning's thrown the ball 6. He's got 9 attempts already. I don't remember 9 throws. Chase Brown, 6 attempts, rushing, receiving. Okay, Chase Brown, he's thrown. Okay, so he's thrown it twice to T. Higgins and twice to Jamar Chase. All 4 times, Riley Moss has been on the cover. Okay, so where are we at right now in this game? Is the first quarter is over. Okay, so I'm gonna make a note. End of first. Jake Browning, 2 pass attempts to T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. All, all 4 times. Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill has an air cast and he's carted off the field. Damn. You absolutely hate to see that. Here's Gesicki or Gesicki. Oh man, Tyreek Hill being carted off the field. Air cast. The air cast is not good sign. Well, obviously that means you broke your leg. So, oh man. All right, here we go. 3rd and 1. Denver. Flag comes out. They were able to get the first down with P. Ryan. Keep in mind, P. Ryan was in Cincinnati. He offsides. I believe that's John Franklin Myers. Yep. So penalty, John Franklin Myers. All right, 1st and 10, almost at midfield. Jake Browning taking a shot deep. T. Higgins caught. Why is Riley Moss saying incomplete? Oh my gosh. This is bad news. Offsides, it saved us twice. Once would have been a first down on 4th down. The second time, what was that going to be? Oh my gosh. 37-yard completion. Luckily, an offsides. Another offsides. So you go from a 37-yard completion to T. Higgins to 1st and 20. Here we go. They were at midfield. Now they're on the 39, and they're going to run it on a draw. And, man, Alex Singleton just plays very slow. Second touchdown grab of the night for Darren Waller. Oh, no. 96. Owazu Urike. Somebody Denver brought in for the running game. He's running off the field. You don't have to go to a commercial. Singleton moving slow out there. Don't love what I'm seeing from Singleton and Riley Moss. And Riley Moss now has been targeted on every single pass that has been thrown to Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. Riley Moss has been on the coverage. A 37-yard completion. By the way, one where Riley Moss was caught on him. It's like, dude, have a little awareness, you know. Um, and they were saved by the offsides. How, I don't know if it's a mental thing or what, but Riley Moss, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if this matchup is going to work out for us today. I don't think Denver is going to lose, but I don't like what I'm seeing. And obviously, if the Bengals watched any film at all on the last time these two teams met, they were like, look at that. T. Higgins had 11 catches for 170 yards and 3 touchdowns going up against Riley Moss, week 17. So we're going to go out there and we're going to do that. We like our odds. And Denver knew that. Sean was asked about it in the press conference on Saturday. And Sean said, he played really well. He had a good week of practice. Sean does a really good job of never talking down about his players to the media, but so far, Riley Moss, he's giving Riley Moss a retake on the final exam, and so far, I don't know if he's passed it. Let's put it that way. Here's Jake Browning, 2nd and 15 in shotgun. They were able to pick up 5 on the carry. 2nd and 15, Browning. Jonathan Cooper rolling out. Now he's got to throw it away. Jonathan Cooper bringing some pressure. Love to see the pressure. Causing the throwaway. And now the defense has an opportunity to get in it. They blitz on 38% of pass plays. That's the 5th highest in the NFL. And that's what happens when you have Patrick Surtain and also pass rushers like Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen, because you trust that those elite cornerbacks aren't going to be in man coverage for that long. They're going to be there in about 4 seconds. And that allows Denver to use the extra guys to bring extra pressure and overload and overwhelm offensive lines. But it's like the secondary allows the pass rushers to do it. It feeds into itself. 3rd and 20 after another penalty. And they're just going to throw it to Chase. And Chase is going to stiff arm a Bronco and pick up about 10. Third. Now, I believe that was in man coverage. That was just a zone. Marvin Mims, who showed up on the injury report on Saturday. Glad to see that he's out there. Delay of game. play clock was at 0 again. So, what did the Bengals have? 5 pre-snap penalties in the first quarter, and man, Zach, what is it? Zach Allen? That sounds right. He's gonna get fired. No, not Zach Allen. Zach Taylor. He's on his way to being fired. Into the end zone. Good job by Marvin Mims, pretending that he is going to catch it. Made himself the decoy. Nobody went after the ball. Jamar Chase, 7-3 is still your score. Denver with their third opportunity now to go out there and do something. They had, I mean, what a different. They've had the ball twice, and man, the results have been the polar opposite. A long, sustainable, good drive where they're attacking the defense, the different layers of the defense on the play action, Bo Nix rolling out. Unfortunately, one of those was a bad drop by Troy Franklin. That would have been good for 25, 30 yards, which is a real bummer because it set up a must-have third down. And Denver throws to Cortland Sutton to convert. New set of first downs. They run this layered again. This time, Trotman picks up about 37 yards, I believe. Then they go back to the running game. We saw some R.J. Harvey. We saw J.K. Dobbins. We saw Bo Nix run for the touchdown. And it's like, all right, well, what are we going to get on this third drive? Are we going to get the 3 plays and 3 and out, or are we going to get, what we saw in that last drive that was beautiful? Do you guys like the ticker on top? How does that look? That looks pretty good. I thought it would be too small, but I think it's pretty easy to read. All right, here we go. Denver, their second possession. Here we go. Quick throw to Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims picks up 12 yards. All right. The Jets, 4th and 1. Justin Fields. Wow. Justin Fields reverses field, runs it all the way to the end zone. Holy crap. What a play. Here we go. 1st and 10. Bo Nix. And it's going to be incomplete. He's wide open. These are the kind of balls where Bo Nix just needs to set his feet. Bo Nix, I don't know, the way the crowd's reacting, maybe he did get his foot in. Let's see, 1, 2. I mean, if his toe was down before his heel, then that's 2 feet. This might be expedited. Is this an expedited review? Why isn't Sean interested in this? Whatever. 2nd and 10, quick throw. They're going to go back to Trotman, and Trotman's going to pick up 5, 6. So 1st and 2nd down, trying to get Trotman involved. Trotman was the worst player on the Broncos last week. If you could blame one person for the loss, it was Trotman. He dropped balls. He missed assignments. He didn't block. He did nothing. Here's a 3rd and 4. Flag comes out. Sutton, who makes the man miss and turns it upfield for a gain. Cincinnati, offsides, 1st down. So Sutton picks up the 1st down, gain of, look like 15 maybe. Sean Payton doing a good job now, starting to settle in as a play caller. I think this is when you go back to the ground game, right? You're having some success throwing the ball. You got Cincinnati playing on their heels. Now, get R.J. Harvey the ball. Give him a chance. There's R.J. Harvey right there. Get it to him. There it is. Damn it! That would have been a touchdown. That was this is so frustrating. Jeez. How does that happen? How does that happen? We got Liam in the chat. What's up, Liam? Here they go. They're going to run it with Harvey, and he's going to try to make up for that drop with a 7-yard carry. It was a perfect call. It was the right move. It's deflating. Denver had 3 plays last week against the Chargers that were touchdowns that were an inch outside the reach, twice to Mims, once to Cortland Sutton. And then we saw just in this game a 30-yard drop by Pat Bryant, not Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, and now this one. Here's Bo, and he's going to make a completion. Cortland Sutton. Cortland inside the 20. Denver in the red zone. Denver's starting to move the football here, and I like the tempo they're playing with. We got an injured Bengal now. Marvin Mims with 2 catches already today. Bo Nix, 9 rushing yards and a touchdown. R.J. Harvey would have had probably 40 receiving yards if he got that ball. I haven't seen any Evan Ingram yet. Same with Troy Franklin. We just saw Cortland Sutton complete a 20-yard reception. That was a 22-yard reception, to be exact. All right. All right. Offense is looking good. Is Tyreek Hill okay? I heard about the injury. He is not okay. No, he's probably done for the year. Broken leg. And usually when it's Aircast, usually tib. Pretty serious. Here's Marvin Mims on the corner. Touchdown. Marvin Mims. Now, is that a rush or is that technically a rushing touchdown? Or is that a passing touchdown? That's going to be considered a rushing touchdown. All right. So now, Bo Nix, back-to-back touchdowns, both of them on the ground. One with Marvin Mims, and then the other one, Bo Nix. All right. Marvin Mims, 2 catches today. Mike Gesicki has 8 yards receiving for the Bengals. Bo Nix, 101 passing yards already. We'll see if we get Troy Franklin more involved here. Now, I feel like if Denver gets up, to a big lead in this game, I really hope Sean lets them play, right? I just I think Denver needs a they need a morale win today. Uh, I don't I don't want them to just win this game, by a little. I want to see them really pile it on. Like if it's not 50, if there's not 50 points on the board, I don't want to see a backup in. That's where we're at right now as a team. We were 1-2 last year. Or I'm sorry, we were 0-2 last year. And we got a win week 3 that made us 1-3, which is or 1-2. After being 0-2, we went to Tampa and beat the brakes off the Tampa Bay Bucks, and then we were 1-2, which is what we are right now. And the only difference is we were 1-2, and we had a big win that we felt good about. We're 1-2, and we're coming off 2 losses in a row, so the vibes are not as good as they were this year or last year, even though the record was the same. So we do need that type of win that makes you feel really good about, this team and what you are. Pat Bryant played a big role in that touchdown. Here's a kickoff, and it's going to go to the 27. Another flag comes out. It's going to be against Cincinnati, so Zach Taylor is going to be fired tonight. Holding on the receiving team. Zach Taylor is going to be fired tonight. Remember that Denver, this Mile High City is responsible for one life-altering game a year. We destroyed Cam Newton's career, Super Bowl 50, and then the first game of the season in 2016, that was the icing on the cake. Denver, I don't know, it was like they had a bounty on Cam Newton. Then last year, we beat Atlanta so bad that they had to bench Kirk Cousins. We might have ended his career. Like, we haven't seen him start since. Here we go. Browning. And now here's what's concerning. And they target, again, targeting Riley Moss. So this is the Bengals. What is this? The Bengals. First possession, second possession. Is this their fourth possession? Here we go. Going. Look, it's just Riley Moss being targeted every play. This is it. This is the game plan. This is the game plan. I know the production crew hasn't talked about it yet, but I will. We ended the first quarter with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both having 2 targets each. All 4 targets combined, Riley Moss was in coverage. We just saw first and second down, they take a shot on Riley Moss. Now here he's rolling out to his right. There's a flag. This might be holding. It looked like it was in the area of holding. It's going to be holding. Denver's going to decline it. Holding decline. Let's see. P. Ryan. Man. Let's see if Denver can capitalize on the field position here. This might be looks like the Broncos are acting like it's going to be a fake. This is a good punt, and Mims is going to return it. And he's going to take it to the 29. Now, Mims was on the injury report Saturday with a hip injury. We'll keep an eye on that. All right. See if Denver can score. It's funny because Denver was, I believe, I wrote it yesterday. Second quarter, they're 24th. But third quarter, Denver's third. And here we go. They're gonna. Oh, flag comes out, and Cincinnati making it seem like it's gonna be on Denver. Defensively, in the first quarter, Denver's a top 3 team, only giving up 3 yards per carry on the ground in the first quarter. Opponent's completion percentage, Denver's 4th in the NFL, only allowing 51.7% of passes to be completed in the first quarter. So defensively, man, Denver is really doing a great job. And that's why the points in the offense, all the offenses that are with Denver, Miami, Tennessee, Cleveland, Houston, New Orleans, these are all teams that don't have any wins. Denver's had a chance to win every game because of their defense. And if their offense can start clicking, another flag comes out here. If their offense can start clicking, the expectations about what the Broncos could be are going to go back to where they were. Trayvon Hendrickson, automatic first down. Hands to the face. That was Cortland Sutton's face. Denver's going to hand it off. Dobbins, wow. Dobbins, what a run. Amazing amount of patience on that. Wow. Yeah, you're hoping JK can stay healthy because when he's running the football, man, he is very good. There's JK Dobbins staying on his feet. And that's a 15-yard gain on the ground. Wow. Troy Aikman makes a really good point right now. There's a fine line between patience and not getting there fast enough. And see if they get RJ Harvey back in the game, give him a chance to redeem himself. They're going to keep Dobbins in for now. Denver running the football, play clock down to 2. They get it snapped. Here's J.K. Dobbins. He's going. Oh, thought he was going to take it to the house. There's a flag back at the 44. It's coming back. It's going to be holding. Let's see. Where? That? Okay. Here we go. RJ Harvey. Damn. RJ Harvey took a big hit. J.K. Dobbins really wants to be the first 100-yard rusher. And right now he's got 30 yards on the ground, averaging 6 yards per carry on 5 yards. 5 carries. Here we go. Bo Nix taking the handoff, looking, throwing, caught. Troy Franklin. Perfect. 24 yards. Finally seeing Troy Franklin make his first catch in this game. And now they're going to run it with RJ Harvey. And RJ Harvey. Here we go. 2nd and 3. Quick throw. Troy Franklin picks up the first down. Love seeing Troy Franklin getting these targets after the drop in the first quarter. Love this. Love this. Love this. Here we go. 1st and 10. Fakes the handoff. Nick's gonna throw it. There's Evan Ingram. Ingram's first catch today. Oh, they're gonna say he was out of bounds? Did part of his foot was oh my god. Ingram's gotta know where he is. He had plenty of room to not step out of bounds there. Man, Troy Aikman loves shitting on Bo Nix. We got Crafty in the chat. Nick's keeping it. There's Ingram. Ooh! Throwing his body on the line. That was a bad spot. That was a bad spot. He's a yard short. They marked him 3 yards short. Okay, they're going to mark it on the 1 yard line now. Here's a big down. 3rd and 1. Nick's lined up as a receiver. RJ Harvey, Wildcat. Trying to get the corner. Fuck! A yard short. 4th and 1 in the offense staying out on the field. Let's see if they get it snapped before the 2-minute warning. Timeout, Cincinnati. So we are now we're definitely getting a play before the 2-minute warning. Man, you really wish Harvey is able to pick that up. Denver gets the ball to start the second half. They have Sherfield in the game. They're going to fake the handoff and roll. It's intercepted. Intercepted. He didn't catch it. It looked like he did. That's not a catch. What do you mean it looked like he did? Terrible decision by Bo Nix. Obviously very frustrating, but the fact that they're going to be on the 1 yard line, I think Denver might be able to get a safety here. This is going to be a reverse. Definitely going to be a reverse. Let's see what's going on with the Jets game right now. 3rd and 24. Still haven't seen Breece Hall. Not sure why Breece Hall's on the sideline here. I'm going to use the bathroom really quick. What is going on back here? Justin Fields, 3rd and 24, might be intercepted. Here we go. Ooh. How is the interception going to stand? That was how did that stand? I want to see Denver call their timeouts. I don't like. I want to see Denver be more aggressive. This is exactly when things stop going our way. We take our foot off the gas. We get the ball back. Come on. Here we go. Browning looking like he wants to run for it, and he's going to be out of bounds. Wow, the Bengals had 12 men on the field. Here we go. 3rd and 3. Great jump. Sack lunch. Timeout. Clock stopped. I'm assuming that's because Denver. Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper both met. Hey, I'll meet you at Jake Browning. Boom. That's what this defense does, man. What is that? 15 sacks already? Mims is going to have a chance to return this one. 20-yard line. All right. Let's go. Broncos up. Love to see this. Love to see it. Sack lunch. Num, 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 num. All right. Love that. I'm going to make a note here. The Bengals timeout. They had 12 men on the field. Would have been first down Denver on 1-yard line. All right, here we go. First play. Bo Nix. He's going to throw it underneath to Evan Ingram, and Ingram's only going to pick up 2, maybe 3. Here we go. Second down. Looking. two flags down, and it's caught to Troy Franklin. The flags stop the clock. Holding. Defense. Okay. So Denver declines it. Troy Franklin credited with the catch. So you had oh my God, Ingram dropped it. Gosh. 3 drops. We have 3 drops. Come on. Let's go. Bo looking over the head of Franklin. Not even close. Jeez. Here we go. Bo 13 for 21. Should be 16 for 21, but there's been 3 drops. Here's Bo looking. Firing. Caught. Marvin Mims. And wow. What a freaking throw. What a throw. Denver calls a timeout. That throw took cojones. Little chip from Ingram. Ingram with a chip there. Look at that. A clean pocket, and look what you get. Now 26 seconds left, and maybe Denver wants to see if they can take a shot here. They're going to throw it underneath. That's Bidet or Batty, whatever floats your boat. Personally, 21 seconds, plenty of time. That's a big time throw by Bo Nix. It might not seem like it, but Trey Hendrickson has to come off the field. Keep in mind, the altitude is very real, and this time they're in Denver. Bidet drops it. That's the 4th drop. No, Hendrickson's hurt. Here we go. 2nd and 10. Quick throw, and a flag comes out immediately. What are they doing? Another flag on Cincinnati. Offside. Wow. Eight penalties in the first half. Tied for, let me see. I'm going to, 8 penalties. 13 seconds. Bo Nix looking, firing, caught! Cortland Sutton. Let's go! Woo! Woo! That's what I'm talking about. The release by Sutton. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We got Pat on fire in the chat. Oh boy, that was dangerous. Dangerous. Let's go. This was always a get right game, man. We're going to need to play a really strong second half and get ready because we're going to Philadelphia in 6 days. You don't want to get too far ahead of schedule, but I think Denver has the best chance in that game by having a kind of like one of those statement games, you know? All right. So we should have one more snap. All right. So we got the ticker updated here. And they're just going to snap the ball and take a knee. Cortland Sutton has 80 yards receiving now in the first half. Let's see what's going on with. We hurt ourselves with penalties. This is Zach Taylor. Pre-snap penalties. I mean, it's been some easy stuff. You're going to see the Broncos get the ball coming out at halftime. What's the message of your defense? We got to get turnovers. We got to find a way to get the ball. We need someone to step up and make some plays. Zach Taylor's going to be fired after today. That's my prediction. This is the last time. The send button got ahead of me there. I was like, that was? Boy, the anticipation. I was like, what is it? Like Toy Story when they're like, saying what the toy is. It's a big one. It's what is it? And then he drops it and the batteries come out. Oh, you idiot. Now we'll never know what it was. Come on, put those batteries back in. Negative, positive. Oh, let me do it. Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton, both with a 20-plus yard reception, a 22-yarder for Sutton, a 28-yarder for Mims. Bo Nix, 217 passing yards in the first half. One passing touchdown. They got two rushing touchdowns. One was Bo Nix, the second one. And you know what's crazy is Denver was on the 1-yard line. I mean, they were on the 1-yard line. People were thinking, after they didn't score then, because it would have been 28-3. Now, I guarantee you, if Denver scored on the 1-yard line, kicked it off normal, I don't know if Denver would have been as aggressive to try to get the ball back. And that's kind of like my message to the Broncos is like, look how good you guys can play when you keep that sense of urgency. Because it could have been 28-3. It could have been. They were a yard away from it being 28-3 in the first half. Bo Nix has thrown it 26 times, 217. But you notice that the average depth to target has actually been downfield in this game. Like coming into this game, Jen just said, I just messaged for like 10 minutes and thought I was the black sheep of the family now. Haha. I just messaged for like 10 minutes. And you still can't communicate on your other account? What's up, KC? I didn't know you snuck in here. Tyreek Hill. Looks like he was FaceTiming somebody. Now let's see what's going on with the Jets game, because I thought Breece Hall was going to score. H-Man almost took it to the house. 13-24. The Jets looking for their first win still. I would assume they would let me know if it were the account that is it. Yeah, and let me show you what it says on my end, because I don't know like what else to do. But let me go to my YouTube. Let me go to my YouTube channel and see if there's a chance taking the Dolphins into Jets territory, trying to get the final nail in the coffin, if you will. I was gonna say kill shot, and I'm like, I don't want to say that. And then final nail in the coffin. It's like, how is that any better? You know what? Let's just not be sensitive. Let's just do that. It was like, I think I don't remember. I think it was like last year when I was like talking about somebody being a locker room cancer, and I was like, somebody was saying that, it was offensive or something. And I was like, my mom, had cancer. I've had family members with cancer. Like, cancer is just, something that grows that isn't supposed to be there, something that you don't want to be there, right? Uh, so it can be used as a metaphor because cancer it's more than a disease. It's a definition. You know what I mean? It's not like how how you would say Lou Gehrig's disease, right? Like, oh, he's a Lou Gehrig's disease in the locker room. Like, you wouldn't say that, you know. But cancer's a noun. It's not just a disease, right? Gambling is a cancer sweeping across the nation. This is, from the Oxford language, one of the definitions of cancer. So I think sometimes words, you try to use the right ones all the time, but I think sometimes you just got to be like, I know this guy. Is he a good person? Yeah, you know, give people the benefit of the doubt. It's hard, you know, trying to say the right thing at all the time. And ultimately, if you're not trying to say something mean or destructive in the first place or insensitive, then, why make a big deal about it at all? I feel like we are trying to be so careful because we know there's people out there just waiting for the opportunity to be like, they said this, shut them down, cancel whatever. And, you know, I, it, I feel like just because those people exist, I shouldn't let them affect the way that I communicate, right? I should be conscious of it and aware of it and also empathetic and, sympathetic to, the words that you do use and how they make other people feel, but also not, only being empathetic, but also being rational at the same time. I think there needs to be a balance between it. I don't know how we got on this subject. I'm sorry. I am ADD, and if you guys didn't know that, I'm sure you caught it at a couple points here and there because I do just go on these side road tangents, and I'm like, "What are we doing on this road? I don't even know how we got here." This is a big this is a big 2nd and 10 for the Jets because if the Dolphins kick a field goal, it's a 2-score game. The Jets still have 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. There's still 3 minutes, 49 seconds left. But if they score a touchdown, the game's over. Period. Game's over. Devon Achane through week 3, 30 rushing attempts. Tonight, 17. Rushing yards per game, 49. Tonight, 96. Receiving yards per game, 47. Tonight, 2. Total touchdowns, only 2 through 3 weeks. Tonight, 1. I think somebody asked me in the fantasy football episode that I did on Saturday night, what should I do with Achane? What do you think of Achane? And I'm like, he's amazing. Keep him. He's the best thing that the Dolphins have. And I didn't realize people were having doubts in the first place. To me, like, the way I look at Devon Achane is very, very high up. I consider him like one of the best players. So flag came out and they pick it up and say there is no foul on the play. So that's good news for the Jets, I guess, even though the head coach doesn't like it. That's, of course, the defensive coordinator for the Lions last year who made his way over to being the head coach. I'm blanking on his name right now. Ben Johnson, and what's the other coordinator's name? They're just going to run it with Achane. I'm surprised on 3rd and 10. It's not 3rd and 20. You get a first down there, and the game's the game's over. You get a first down because that leads to a touchdown and or more time, and you run the football. I find that interesting. Why not try to pick up a first down there, knowing it could turn your chances of winning the game from 85, 90% to 99.999. I guess that's interesting with analytics, right? Because if you went off only analytics, right, it's 13-24 with 3:36 left in the game, and the Dolphins are in the red zone. Wouldn't analytics tell you that the Dolphins have a 98% chance of winning if you're up 24-13 with 3:30 left in that game? Now, stick with me on this because I really want to hear your guys' opinion. You're up with 3 minutes and 33 seconds left in the game. You're up 27-13. You're in the red zone. Okay? You're in the red zone, so you're about to score more points. Your odds of winning that game, you would think would be 98%, correct? But if you try to pick up a first down and get a touchdown, right? Now, think about it. The Dolphins score a touchdown, and now instead of it being, you know, 27-13 because they kicked the field goal, instead of that, it would be 31-13. Now, if it was 31-13 with 3 minutes and 33 seconds left in the game, you would think that the Dolphins would have a 99.99% chance of winning the game. But how did their chances of winning the game only go up 1%? How did it go from a 98% chance to a 99% chance when it went from a 2-possession game to a 3-possession game? And that's my big question about analytics. Like, analytics should never be saying in a 2-possession game that a team has, a 97% chance of winning. But yet, we see it all the time. And if coaches just go off of analytics, they say, hey, we're gonna kick the field goal because of analytics. And it's like if you have a 98% chance of winning before the field goal, then what does that make your touchdown? 1% chance of winning more? I'm gonna try to figure out how to ask this question better, because I do think it's a great question that kind of it questions analytics, because how does turning a game from a 2-possession game to a 3-possession game with 3 minutes left only get you 1 more percentage point? That's what I'm trying to say. That should be a 99.9% chance of winning. And Jen just said for fantasy, cancers are pretty versatile. Straight dick, but versatile. They suck for everyone. I don't know how they don't realize that. Sensitive is what my balls get when I shave them. Ours, tough, and for fantasy, best player on a bad team can be really effective. He's tough. That should be 99.99999%. Up by 2 scores in the red zone with 3 minutes left should be 99.9. I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it better too. I guess that's what I'm saying, yeah. Up 2 scores in the red zone with 3 minutes left. If that's 99.9, then what does being up 3 scores in the red zone with 3 minutes left make you, right? Because obviously that makes it even more unlikely. So 2 scores, it shouldn't be 98, right? Because if the odds can't increase, then they're too high. They're starting too high then. Marvin Mims on first down, they're going to pick up 8 yards. It should go from like 82% chance of victory to 99. That's how I look at it. But if you just blindly go off analytics, these are the type of this is the question that I think kind of lifts the veil on everything that's wrong with analytics that we haven't fully been able to put into words yet, but we can feel it in our bones, and we feel it if you've been watching the game your whole life. There's multiple times where analytics, you're like, I don't feel that, I mean, the Jaguars had a 13% chance of victory. Okay. What is that even based off of? They pounded the ball down their throat. They ran it for 170 yards. Like, that's yeah, how is that? It wasn't like a fluke win. They just dominated them. So what are your analytics really based off of? And then Casey said, I wonder if Sean Payton didn't look at the analytics to try to go for the touchdown. I'll get to this comment in a second. Oh, tipped ball on first down. So Sean's actually talked about how he uses analytics. Now, he likes to use analytics more in the player drafting personnel. Like, that whole story came out about how he selected Knicks. It was based on how many negative plays that he took, relative to all the other players, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Penix, McCarthy. And he likes to use it in the player, and I'm the same way. Like, that's when I like analytics. How accurate. They said he was, and here's a 2nd and 10, and Bo Nix is going to fake the handoff and keep it, pick up 2 yards. Hasn't been running the football as good as he did last year or as well. But anyway, that's how I like to use analytics. They said he was a check down merchant. So Sean went to his analytics team and said, okay, give me every Bo Nix throw that is 10 yards or more downfield. And Bo Nix still was the most accurate passer in the nation. I like to use analytics for things like that. But when it comes to making decisions on the field, Sean doesn't, he doesn't ignore analytics, but he doesn't make decisions based on them going deep downfield. Ingram not there. Fudge! Damn it! Damn! What happened there? So the common theme continues. First drive of the first half, first drive of the second half. 5 and out, 3 and out. Oh, chance to pin him deep here. Damn it. Line drive punt. This is going to be returned now. Good return to the 30. Damn it, man. That was an opportunity to come out here. And what was that punt? Sorry, but you just beep, 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 beep. You just net punted 20 yards. Come on. I don't like that sequence of events because this is how we lost the Chargers game. We were up big, and then it was one thing, and then it was another thing, and it was another thing, and it's like, God, just be good at something, right? If you're not going to be good at offense, be good at punting. Don't be bad at everything at the same time. It's like at least they're doing it as a team. No, all right. If one part of the Broncos stops playing well, I need the rest of the team to keep their SHIT together because that's really what's been killing us. The team collectively has been falling apart. It hasn't been one phase or one player or one play. It's been all of it. Yesterday I stayed up till 3 in the morning looking at the Denver Broncos offense, and I wanted to understand what's wrong with us. And what I found was alarming, concerning. And if I was a reporter, I would have a lot of questions for Sean Payton that they're not asking him. And this is why I want to get my press pass. I already filed for it. I'm going to, I have plans to move to Colorado, and in the future, I will ask Sean Payton these questions. But for instance, why aren't we completing the checkdowns? Bo Nix is averaging 4.4 yards per attempt, but they are only completing 51.7% of their completions. That's 30th in the NFL. And the target, the depth of target with 4.4 yards is also 30th in the NFL. So usually, if you're throwing it with the average depth of target being very low, your completion percentage is very high. That's why they criticized his completion percentage at Oregon, was because he wasn't throwing the ball down the field. But we're not completing 4-yard passes, right? What is going on? Why are the checkdowns incomplete? That's concerning, okay? They're 11th in rushing yards per carry in the NFL, but they're 32nd in rushing attempts in the first quarter. There's my second question. Sean, you're right. You're 11th in the NFL in rushing yards, but you are dead last in rushing attempts in the first quarter. Any particular reason why you guys aren't running the football in the first quarter of football games? You seem to have had a lot of success doing it. J.K. Dobbins is 11th in rushing yards per attempt with 5.41 yards a carry. Jonathan Taylor's 12th. They're not going to stop feeding Jonathan Taylor. And here you have J.K. Dobbins, who's ahead of him in this category. I have a lot of questions that we'll get to later. 2nd and 7, and this is going to be a run, and P. Ryan's going to pick up 5. And Ginges at 4 yards per attempt seems historically low. I don't know about historically. Maybe it is. I don't know. And that's just the first quarter, okay? Because Denver has been great in the second quarter, in the third quarter. And tonight, you saw it, right? You saw them in the second quarter, but the first quarter, not so much. Here's a big 3rd down, 3rd and 2. Pressure coming, batted down. Ball batted down at the line. And that is the first play Alex Singleton has made this year where we are happy that he's on the team. That is like, wow, thank you. No, that wasn't even Alex Singleton. That was Jonathan Cooper. There's a pick. They try to get a rub route. Look at Surtain. He moves his body he's so fluid. Even on a pick play, he didn't even look at him and he just felt him. Body awareness, the way he moves on the football field is just, oh my God. What is that? What is that? Mims just caught the ball on a fair catch and he was bobbling the ball. He bobbled the ball and they took the ball out of his hands. Did he have control of the football? That's an interesting call. And I got to say, if I was a Bengals fan, I would be pretty pissed off about not getting this ball back. Because honestly, the way I look at it, just as a football player, that looked like a football play. Right? He stopped. Marvin Mims tried to catch it, couldn't catch it, and he's like, "Okay, I gave you a chance. I'm taking the ball." They deemed that play that he wasn't given a fair chance to catch the ball. I disagree with it, and I understand that I'm benefiting from this, but just talking about the play separated from being a fan right now. I don't like that. I think if the player on the fair catch doesn't just whoop, catch the ball, okay? If he tries to catch it, doesn't quite catch it, starts fumbling it, like at what point is it a live ball? Like, oh, he caught it, but then it started slipping. He was about to fumble it, but don't touch it because you got to give him a chance. I think it's just one of those things where it should be secured immediately or it's a live ball. If you bobble a fair catch, you're fair game. Well, that's apparently not the case. I've never seen a play like that in my life, what I just saw. I've never seen it before. But Marvin did bobble the fair catch, but on the bobble, the Bengals ripped it just straight out of his hands. They called fair catch interference. Crafty, looking forward to playing the Jets in London. I might be one of the few people that don't really care for the international games. I don't like the Broncos playing at 9:30 in the morning or 8:30 in the morning. I like to wake up and have a cup of coffee. And part of like why I love Denver, my whole life I lived in the East Coast, so the Broncos playing in the West Coast or Mountain Time, the games wouldn't come on until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I enjoy from the moment I wake up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm in a great mood, right? The game hasn't started yet, but it's game day, baby. Everything is through that mindset. You wanna go grab a smoothie? It's game day. You wanna go throw the football outside? It's game day, you know? You wanna have some people over? Let's make some bacon-wrapped jalapeno poppers. It's game day. Um, when you wake up and it's like, "Oh, crap, the game's on. Grab the remote. Where's the remote?" It's like all of the anticipation is out the window, right? This is why lingerie is so popular, right? There's something to be said for the anticipation, right? That's why you go to a fancy restaurant, you get an appetizer. You don't just go right, you don't sit down and before you even have a drink of water, you start digging into your steak. Like, I feel that way about London games, and you know what? I still would prefer to keep them. If it were up to me, I would still keep them because the international audience deserves it, and they might say, "Oh, yeah, that's how you feel? Imagine us. We have to stay up till 3 in the morning to watch the NFL football games." The guy I interviewed, from New Zealand doesn't get the games until Monday. He's at work, you know? So, I think it's a fair sacrifice, but no, I don't get pumped up for international games, personally. Denver back on the field, 2nd and 1. They're gonna hand it off here to J.K. Dobbins, and Dobbins picks up 4, maybe 5. So here we go, 2nd possession, and hope I hope Denver can kinda get back into a good tempo. I like how they were getting in and out of the huddle. I like the way they were running the football, throwing the ball, attacking the different layers of the secondary. Troy Franklin, Mims, just really good balanced attack. Let's see. 1st and 10. Bo looking, firing, incomplete. There's a flag. Let's see what the flag is. Let's see. Rooting for Denver, but I'd be upset with the call. Oh, yeah, yeah, if you were the Bengals. That's honest. That's the honesty that makes you more than credible. Thanks, Ginger. I'm left a fair punt, got absolutely destroyed, separated shoulder, and concussion. I know all too well. I actually had a decent return earlier too. I was feeling myself. Nope, missed the next 6 games. That's so cool that punt returning is one of the best moments that the whole, especially if you're the kind of person that likes the attention. RJ Harvey picks up 15 yards, gain of 14. Muff the punt. And if anyone has a solution for the best keyboard for a guy, please. This phone is so bad. I mean, if you had a keyboard though, you wouldn't be able to plug it into your phone. Or maybe you would? I don't know about that. Is that what you mean, or are you talking about a computer keyboard? Here we go. Handoff, J.K. Dobbins. And that's what I'm talking about. If you guys are watching the game, look at the patience that J.K. Dobbins runs with. There's, I would say, a fourth of a second where if he continues to be patient, the play blows up in his face. Illegal blindside block number 63. Alex Palczewski. All right. Here we go. J.K. Dobbins. And J.K. Dobbins is going to pick up 3. It's 1st and 25. Now it's going to be 2nd and 22. Now, who was on the catch? They had R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey had 14-yard reception, and then I think we saw Mims. Here's Bo. Going to throw it. Ingram setting up a screen, and Ingram does a good job. Oh, my God. Another penalty. Ineligible man downfield. Is that Alex Palczewski again? No, now it's Luke Wattenberg. The guy that on our first 3rd down of the game, 3rd and 2, they pitched it, and he got blown up in the backfield. Same thing with Mike McGlinchey. Who was that again? Here's a screen to Mims. Now they're going to have to punt it again. Gosh. Jeez. Come on. This is where we're going to go the whole 3rd quarter and not score. This is what we do. Once again, can't pin him deep. 2 punts. 1 goes to the 30. Other a touchback. That's 2 opportunities where Denver should absolutely have them pinned inside the 10. Worst case scenario, inside the 10. Maybe inside the 5. Give your defense no, it's such a waste because this defense has like 16 sacks on the season. If you can get, an offense backed up inside of the 5-yard line, like there's a real opportunity for a safety, which gives your offense the ball back, which gets things. It's like, man, because when you get the ball at the 20 and you're able to, let's say you're not able to get any points, you have to punt the ball, but you were still able to pick up 3 first downs and move the football. So it's not for nothing. Unless you kick a touchback. When you punt the football and it turns into a touchback, it's like, so all of that was for nothing. We've not advanced in any way, not in the points. It's frustrating because 3rd quarter we go back to 4.4 yards per attempt. Okay, I told you about how Bo Nix, throws the ball only 4.4 yards per attempt in the 1st quarter. 4.4 yards is absolutely embarrassing. Bo Nix is 26th in the NFL, 5.6 yards per attempt. Completion percentage, 64.2, which is between Geno, for comparison, and Brock Purdy. Now, keep in mind, Brock Purdy and Geno Smith have the same completion percentage as Bo Nix, but Brock Purdy's averaging 8 yards per attempt. Geno 7.5. Bo Nix is 5.6. That's all quarters combined. But in the second quarter, top time of possession share. And now they got a wide open Yosibach. What was that, a 25, 30-yard game? Now we have a ball game again. So if you look at time of possession, in the first quarter, Denver has a 39% time of possession. 39% of the time. That's 28th in the NFL. Okay? 28th in the NFL. That's because they're not running the football. Here we go. Browning, quick throw. Jamar Chase. And that's his first catch on Patrick Surtain. I think it's time for a defensive turnover. Here's a run with Chase Brown, and he picks up a first down. I don't like the way the defense is just giving up these easy, quick 2-yard gain, no problem. They should have to work a lot harder for a first down on 2nd and 2. And they're on defense right now, but Court, he's been in the game. He's not hurt. Here's a throw, and there's going to be holding. This is going to be holding, 10-yard penalty. That's a drive stopper. If you're a Bengals fan, you're so mad because it's like, look, we're actually moving the ball against this team. We're running the ball, we're throwing the ball, and now it's all over unless we get a miracle because now it's 1st and 20. We can't have 1st and 20. Ten penalties? 60 yards? Jeez. 1st and 20 now. Denver, spin move, sack, lunch, num. Nick Bonito. And Nick freaking Bonito says, I got you. I got you. Nick Bonito's 4th sack of the season. That's 1 per game. A good spin move on Amarius Mims. And he's really had 3 opportunities. Now it's 2nd and 27. And he's a back-to-back sack guy. That's just what he does. He gets 2 in a row. Now they're going to throw the ball quick here, I bet. Yep, quick throw, Chase Brown. And Brown able to pick up 8-9 yards. Now it's going to be 3rd and maybe 17. Exactly. And that was Barron with the tackle, our 1st-round draft pick. I feel like for a morale boost, we need to see Jahad Barron make a big play because Amarian Hampton was on the board when we drafted Barron. There's Barron lined up at the top of the screen. Denver playing far back. Here's Nick Bonito. Right behind him. Oh, he's got to throw it. And he's just got to throw it away. But, man, I thought Nick Bonito had a blindside opportunity to maybe get the ball out. There's Surtain lined up on Jamar Chase. T. Higgins fell. And, yeah, that was just great defense. And now they're going to punt it. And Mims, got to say, these fair catches have been looking a little less, how do I say this? Natural. A little less natural. Marvin Mims, you can make a case he's the best in the league. He's the first player ever to make the Pro Bowl as a punt returner his first 2 years in the NFL. First team All Pro, not just a Pro Bowl, but first team All Pro in his first 2 years in the NFL. And that was the reason we drafted him. You know, this was a player that Sean Payton drafted in his first offseason with the Broncos before we had ever even played a football game. We drafted Marvin Mims. And you try to remember this, right? Like, oh, Jahade Barron's not working out. Meanwhile, all these other guys are working out for their teams. Nick Benito, didn't do anything his rookie year at all. Marvin Mims, never really saw him. Troy Franklin last year, he was nowhere. He barely saw the field. This year, like, he's playing such a big role that we traded Devon Bailey because we flipped a 7th-round pick for a 3rd and a 6th. So we couldn't pass it up, but only because Troy Franklin had such a good camp were we able to do that. I think the expectations is you draft somebody and they're going to come be a star right away, but Denver has shown that it's just as important that you draft, the right player, your I guess your talent acquisition team to make sure you're going after the right guys. What's just as important as that is your player development staff. And I never realized this, but there's a lot of players that get drafted to franchises that don't have a good player development team, and those guys don't pan out. And you're like, how did 20 of their last 30 draft picks, exit the NFL after 4 years, 5 years? How is that possible? So I think that's kind of what's good to keep that perspective and then learn about your team. Like, do we have a good player development staff? And one way to know that is, are you seeing your players that are drafted get better every single year? That's the ultimate marker where you can, judge for yourself. Two minutes, 53. They're going to hand it off here and pick up 3. That's Dobbins. Look at Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase. He's still pleading. Jamar Chase is pissed off. Now, Surtain's been on him. This is what happens every time. Oh man, caught. Looks like his back hurt. That was a dangerous throw. That's one that could get picked. If this one gets tipped, here we go. Denver finally starting to move the football here. Oh, quick throw. Troy Franklin, 14 yards. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Forgot to take notes here. 2 punts. 3. Okay. Then we got new possession. We had Dobbins, 3 yards. Then fullback. Franklin. Here we go. They're going to hand it off. Dobbins. And Dobbins is going to have his first gain of 0 tonight. One more play in the third quarter, but no update in the score. We got E-Dub back. Had to take a shower. Sorry, I just put myself in elite defensive headspace. Oh, dude, yeah. Back-to-back sacks. Why did we have to call a timeout? So now we've seen – I got to make a note of this because when you're winning, it doesn't matter. But let's say this was 21-21 right now, right? You've had 2 times Denver call a timeout because they're avoiding a penalty. Like, they're coming off of a 0-yard gain with J.K. Dobbins. How can you not line up? And I could get it if it was a 30-yard gain and you had one receiver down the field 55 yards, or it was a completed 55-yard play, and you're trying to get lined up. It's a 0-yard gain. Everyone's right there. Fake handoff. Bo Nix is going to throw it. R.J. Harvey is going to pick up 10 yards, stay on his feet, go out of bounds. That's the end of the third quarter. All right. I love that. I'm going to use the bathroom really quick. Deep for the Pete. All right. And we are back. We got Nick in the chat. We are riding. Never again, Nick. We never ride again. Promise me. Promise me. No more rides. Looks like the Dolphins were able to get a last-second touchdown, or the Jets. Garrett Wilson got the touchdown. Barnacles. Mm-hmm. T. Higgins, 2 more catches. Bo Nix, 15 more rushing yards. Bo Nix, 2 more passing touchdowns. 2 more passing touchdowns, 15 more rushing yards. Troy Franklin had a 30-yard reception. Wow. in RJ Harvey with a powerful run, but we get a flag. So Denver called a timeout. Bonik called a timeout, and then we went to the third quarter, or went to the fourth quarter, but I thought he called the timeout with 3 seconds left. What is that? Luke Wattenberg? Another flag. What is going on? What was that penalty? Holding? Luke Wattenberger. What the hell, dude? So now we stall because of penalties. It's the same shit. Holding, snap infraction. Bo Nix going deep. Damn it! Catch the damn ball! God! What are you talking about? He was about to get hit. If he spent one more extra second, 99 would have gotten a hand on the ball. How about Troy Franklin catches the ball that went through his hands? God! Come on, dude. Denver's not going to play this third down conservatively. This isn't going to be a draw. Denver's trying to pick this up. God. Or we're going to just throw it right. 11-yard check down. God. Oh! Self-inflicted. This might not seem like a big deal to a lot of people because what was that punt? That punt looked like I was out there doing it. What was that? He releases it at the 30. 30 to the 40, 40 to the 50, 50 to the 40, 40 to the 30, 30 to the 20. 40-yard punt. 40-yard punt. This might not seem like a big deal to a lot of people that are like, who cares? You're winning. It's a big deal because when we play the Chargers, when we played the Colts, next week when we play the Eagles, these are the moments that you either win or you lose the game. It's the drop by Troy Franklin. It's the back-to-back penalties by Luke Wattenberg that set up 1st and 24. It's the drop in on the second possession of the game, that was also Troy Franklin. That was a 30-yard gain dropped. It's the drop by RJ Harvey that was a touchdown if he catches the ball. It was the drop. It was the interception on the 1-yard line. That's it. You take those plays and you catch the ball, you eliminate the penalties, and you don't throw that interception on the goal line, and it's 42-3 right now. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. You take the negative plays and you flip them. And I'm not asking for them. It's not like I'm out here saying, yeah, if Denver just, doesn't play bad and only plays good. No, the plays are actually already there. They're just not making them. It's like when people say if we didn't lose those 3 games that we lost, we would have won 10 games. I'm not like in the business of woulda, coulda. I'm telling you, these plays are actually being presented. Denver is going out of their way to forfeit them. They make these plays. They win the Colts game. They win the Chargers game. They are undefeated. They're resting their starters at this point in the game and getting ready for the Eagles. But no, that's not where we're at. And even though there's been a lot of good in this game, the things that we were looking to eliminate are still glaring if you know what to look for. You have to realize that a team like the Bengals, they're not going to exploit your mistakes. We should be unconcerned with that. We should be more concerned with the mistakes in general. We need to control what we can control. Sunday at Lincoln Financial hosting the Broncos. They're winning ugly, but I know what that's like because the Eagles win ugly every week. Yeah. There's a drop to Jamar Chase. Now, keep in mind, Jamar Chase was very vocal after that last possession. Very vocal. And he was really, really upset. So how, what manifests from that conversation between Zach Taylor and Jamar Chase? And do we see Jake Browning throwing the ball in a forceful way to Jamar Chase now? And does that create a potential mistake, an interception? I'm still waiting for a turnover by this defense. I feel like we're going to get one soon. Here's Browning. Sack. Lunch. Num, 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 num. John Franklin Myers. Let's go. Here we go. Rolling out and incomplete. Trying to throw it to Pirine. The pressure by Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper there, and they're pumping up this crowd right now. And the Bengals on this opening drive had a penalty that gifted them a first down, and then they were able to go on a drive. Oh, nearly blocked. Line drive punt. We're going to see Mims. 24, 23, 24-yard line. And now really, really want to see Denver do something here. Still waiting to see. I want to see. I had a bet in that Troy Franklin would have one big time, throw, 30-yard reception because Denver, they want to do that once a game, right? Once a game, they want to drop back and chuck it to Troy Franklin. And it sucks because he had that and he dropped it. I mean, we already saw that play. Bo Nix, only 10 yards rushing. I haven't seen him run the football the way that we've seen him run the football in the past. Uh, see, go. Tennessee. Let me see really quick. Here we go. Dobbins, 10-yard gain. Where is it? Here we go. Another good run here on first down. No. Here we go. Second down. They're going to run it again. Dobbins picks up 2. All right. Here we go. Had to fix my camera. 3rd and 1. Bo Nix rolling. Caught. Mims. There we go. we go. Toss to Dobbins on first down. All right. Here we go. Dobbins still going. 11-yard gain. J.K. Dobbins. Here we go. 1st and 10 after that. Bo Nix under center. They're going to flip it. And Dobbins going. Woo! How many yards is that? 16. Denver, their first 100-yard rusher in their last 38 games. Wow. Here we go. Handoff. RJ Harvey. Broncos. Must have just pulled it up on the big screen because we're talking about it. 2nd down and 7. They give it to Harvey. Third and 5. 3rd and 5 coming up. Ginger said, Eagles probably going to need to be on Epster. The last time the Eagles hosted Broncos was in 2017 when Wentz was playing awesome before he got hurt. You can have Chase. Wouldn't want him. We'll talk about that one in a second. 3rd and 5. Bo Nix throwing. RJ Harvey. Touchdown. Let's go. RJ Harvey. Touchdown. First touchdown for RJ Harvey in his entire career. Bo Nix has his 2nd passing touchdown and 326 passing yards. And two 3rd down touchdowns. T. Higgins, only 2 catches today. And another Broncos TD. Nothing stops America, and nothing stops the Broncos. Man, this is great. This is great. Still a lot of stuff we got to clean up. I try not to be a Debbie Downer, when I bring these things up, but sometimes you do have to talk about them. Otherwise, people get really confused when they show up again against teams like the Eagles. Next thing you know, you can't win a game like that because of the mistakes. And if you're not talking about this stuff, you get you feel like you're totally blindsided. Like, what happened? We were so good last week. So still a lot to clean up, and I'm sure Sean knows that. But um, at least the offense is giving you something today. I'm looking at the stats right now for Bo Nix. Average depth of target 7.76. That's good news. That's good news. Five 100 yards of offense. This is the most lopsided game in yardage in the NFL this year. Why are they talking about the Cowboys-Packers game? This is our night. You better tie this in. Come on, we waited all year for this. Why are we talking about the Packers? Okay, reminds you of the Bengals last year. False start. False start. Penalties keep rolling. See. I think it's going to be a touchdown here. I mean, they would have to go for it, right? You think? I want to see touchdown scores. Broncos. I want to see player touchdown. Here we go. 2nd and 10. Jamar Chase gets hit right away. Damn it. They haven't run a play in Broncos territory since their first possession. Here we go. 3rd down. Higgins not going to get there. And it's 4th and 3. They're going to punt it? No, he's not. Oh, Greenlaw. I'm surprised they're throwing the red flag. Is that good for the team? Is that good for the Bengals organization? You're at midfield. It's 4th and 3. You got 3 minutes left in the game. You get a touchdown. It's an 18-point game. You get 3 timeouts. So let's say you get the ball back, score a touchdown, and go for 2 and get it. It's a 10-point game. Then you get to the point where you need 1 onside kick. I get that. But let's say you get it and score. Now it's a 3-point game. Unlikely, yes. But what are you here to do if not win? I would never call a game that way. Now, if it was 42-3, sure, we'll punt it. But that's just not happening. Yo, we got Ginger gifting a membership. Let's go, baby. E-Dub, hoping it was good to you. I agree, Hats and KC. You know what's great about this Broncos win? Browning's pass into the back of his receiver pretty much summed up the Bengals offense showing tonight. And another great defensive performance by the Broncos. And we're probably just going to go to the 2-minute warning. And are the Bengals? They're not even going to call their timeouts. Should the Giants trade Russell Wilson to the Bengals? Is it possible that the Bengals would? Oh, did he go out of bounds? RJ Harvey gonna run it here. Ends up going out of bounds again. $55 rushing yards for RJ Harvey, 40 receiving yards, 95 total yards. Add a tug to go along with it. What is? Oh, yeah. Long live Bill, as always. Wish he was here for this. Maybe Ginger can gift Adonia Mitchell with some common sense as well. This is a last season with only Browning at the helm. Does it feel like a Super Bowl window for the Bengals passed? Well, no. I mean, I'm one of those believers that if you have the right quarterback, you're always in a Super Bowl window. We saw Tom Brady win Super Bowls with defense. We saw Tom Brady win Super Bowls with offense. We saw Peyton Manning win a Super Bowl because of his defense. We saw them win a defense with a great offense with the Colts. We've seen Aaron Rodgers win a Super Bowl with a great offense and a great defense. Right now, Cincinnati has a lot of issues, and the only reason the guy that is calling the shots is still there is because of Joe Burrow. If Joe Burrow wasn't on this franchise, I don't know if people really understand what we would be talking about, but we would be, for instance, they were 2-0 with Joe Burrow, or 1-0, and then he got injured in the second game, but they were able to win against Jacksonville, I believe. and Jake Browning had a really nice, they were down with 2 minutes left in that game, and Jake Browning led his team down. Uh, it was actually a Travis Hunter pass interference call that got the Bengals down there, and then they were able to capitalize and win that game. But Zach Taylor's going to be fired after tonight, and because of that, the Super Bowl window is going to open back up. Because how bad uh, does a coach have to be to have somebody as gifted as Joe Burrow and piss it away, for lack of better words? And that's really what they've done. Last year, Joe Burrow should have not even been a conversation. He should have won MVP. If his defense had even been ranked 15th in points allowed per game or passing yards, he would have easily won most valuable player, and instead, they didn't even get a ticket to the playoffs. So that's part of the reason why Zach Taylor is going to be fired. He continues to not make the most of being one of the 3 teams, one of the 4 teams in the NFL that has one of the best quarterbacks. And Bo Nix takes the knee, and that's going to be your final score. I think Zach Taylor is going to be done tonight. 11 penalties. They had more penalties than first downs, and I know exactly what this looks like. You had more penalties than you had first downs. Does that sound familiar to Broncos country? Because that was Nathaniel Hackett after the game against the Colts that went into overtime, and our fans got up and left. And for people that don't know, Bronco fans don't walk out of their seat until the game's over, win or lose, let alone going into overtime when suspense is at an all-time high. If there's any time, if we're playing Family Feud and it was like the time that you don't walk out of the stadium, the number one answer, overtime. Everyone wants to see what happens. So when you're putting a product out there that's so bad that fans are walking out of the stadium before overtime, they're basically saying, I don't care what happens in this game, because even if Denver wins, they don't deserve to win. No one deserves to win. This was embarrassing. I got to fight traffic. I got to get up early tomorrow. I spent hard. These tickets weren't cheap. I spent a lot of money, and this is BS. I'm going home. Maybe at least I can get ahead of the traffic. Unfortunately, 70,000 other fans were thinking the same thing. So what happened to that team? Well, they won 3 games, and on Christmas Day, they played the Rams. They lost. I think it was 52-7. And when we woke up in the morning, Nathaniel Hackett was fired in a not even one and done tenure with the Denver Broncos. That game where the fans walked out, there's a clip, a soundbite that I have in my hype video that I do every year with Sean Payton taking over as the head coach. And he goes, you had more penalties than you had yards? And actually, I'm going to show you guys that video right now. We're going to show you how far we've come. I think it's important to remember that when you have a game like today where I have plenty of things to, rip Denver about. It was not good enough. Simply not good enough. The only reason that they were able to win this game was because they played the Bengals. That's it. Remember last year we had 10 wins, but didn't have only one win against a playoff team? That means all 9 of our wins came against non-playoff teams. And as much as I hate that stat because I believe we are a good team, that was what people were saying about the Broncos, was that they were a team that was capable of beating up on bad teams. And that's what we saw today and what we saw last week against the Chargers, who have kind of made their case as a top 5 team. We're not good enough. And then the week before that against the Colts, who are also a top 5 team, we weren't good enough. It came down to a penalty at the very end. And then against the Chargers, we gave up 10 points in the final 3 minutes. And all of a sudden, we dropped 2 in a row. And the frustrating thing is that we are good enough. We are good enough to beat the Chargers and the Colts. And we beat ourselves in both of those games. And what they did today would have resulted in the same thing. If we were playing the Colts or the Eagles, it would have been a really good game, but we would have lost it because we had 4 drops, because we had 6 penalties. Luke Wattenberg had a terrible game. But like I said, I want to keep perspective here, and I want to show you this video, because this video is where we came from.
They're going to kick it.
Kick what?
They're kicking right here?
Kicking the field goal right here.
From 64, McManus missed it.
6 years since he's hit anything resembling that kick. That, to me, Nathaniel Hackett unraveled.
You only threw for 10 more yards and you got penalized?
The Broncos trade for Russell Wilson will go down as one of the worst trades ever. This is a franchise crippling disaster.
We're watching NFL Now, and we're coming on a little bit early because the Denver Broncos just fired Nathaniel Hackett. He is one and not even one and done.
You paid $200 million for the guy.
My question is, who's going to want this job?
Sean Payton is getting back in the NFL coaching game, teaming up with Russell Wilson.
I'll go to Denver and pick up the pieces of what was clearly broken all over the floor. Well,
in comes Sean Payton to the rescue, hopefully to the rescue.
The most important thing is where we ended up. Where we ended up was with the perfect coach for the Denver Broncos.
Don Michaelis, 9 News. There's a lot of discussion this year about Russell Wilson and his performance.
It's smoldering. I can feel the heat.
It's very clear why he did what he did, and that is to say, Russ, me and you against the world, baby.
Certainly excitement. I'm looking forward to obviously the challenge.
I absolutely love Sean Payton and the confrontation tool.
He's in great shape. He's down like 15 pounds.
The question I asked was, what are the Broncos going to do well offensively?
Classy move by both men. In a game that almost defies description.
See, here's the thing, though, Stephen A. See, when I beat you bad like this, I do you a favor. I let you know from top to bottom, you're not good enough.
That was embarrassing.
How does it end? Fair question.
$85 million spread over 2 years in a historic move with the biggest dead cap hit to an NFL team in the history of the NFL. $85 million will not be available for the Denver Broncos because they have cut Russell Wilson.
We went onto the field and about throw 16, I just said to George, this is the guy.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Well, I think it's too high for Bo Nix.
If we like one of these guys a lot, then
I'm unconcerned where people think we should draft. Really.
Get to a point, and I remember saying this in our ownership meeting, and I said, we can't be the only ones seeing this.
I always thought Sean Payton was going to take him.
All right, let's go.
First off, the personalities are going to matter.
Better arm than I think people think.
Yeah.
Are you ready to name him the starter?
Yeah.
And why haven't you?
Listen,
Why don't we just settle this right now?
It's the first time for me.
But I think it's like it's
But
a
I
bit
think
of
your
it's a bit
question-
of the jig is up though, coach. Like
Yeah.
it's like we know he's the guy. Why not hand him the keys like Chicago
The
did with
band's still
Caleb?
playing.
It's in the book. Sean can say what he wants. Bo Nix is the starter. I would expect to hear that here in the next day or two.
Bo Nix, starting quarterback.
Were you right?
So I'm super excited and, ready to get back to work again.
I think he's going to adapt to the NFL really fast.
Hot take. Bo Nix is the best quarterback this year.
He's looking for Drew Brees.
Yes, sure.
Or he was looking for Patrick Mahomes, but he blew that.
Have you found your Patrick Mahomes?
And see how carefully he's choosing his word.
I was higher on him than most.
This felt pretty obvious if you watch him play in his preseason games.
Scrambling behind the line of scrimmage to find people to throw to. Only Caleb Williams is better than him in that department.
You kind of feel the poise when he's playing.
He looks the part. That's what we look for in rookie quarterbacks. You're out there on the field. Do you look the part?
Every single year, there's a pop team. And I'm watching Bo Nix, and I've had a couple of texts with Sean Payton. I just think Denver's better.
What are your impressions after you've seen Bo Nix play preseason football?
I think it's been 2 pretty good weeks in a row, Bucci. I really think he's done a good job.
PFF has their personnel near the bottom of the league, and I'm like,
Bo Nix, I mean, it's 2 weeks in a row. It's incredible.
Were you right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You want to win a Super Bowl?
All right, so that's how we got here. PFF had us ranked as the worst offensive personnel in the league, with the defense as well. Then in November, Nick Bonito was in third for Defensive Player of the Year. Patrick Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year. John Franklin Myers broke out. Jonathan Cooper broke out. Riley Moss was a great number 2. We bring in Brandon Jones for Miami. He finishes as the 5th best safety in the NFL. What did I miss? Alex Singleton. We got great play from Cody Barton, who ended up replacing Alex Singleton, who tore his Achilles in a game that it was his ACL, and he played the rest of that game. And it wasn't until later in the week where he said, I think my knee's hurting. Can we get an MRI? Dude, you tore your ACL. I don't know how you played through that game. It is a tough son of a gun. But you look at this team, Malcolm Roach, and you're going, they're the worst team in the NFL? Now, there's a big difference between having players that are bad and having players that people don't know. But Bronco fans knew that they knew that these were good players. And it's funny because it's like the boy that cried wolf. Every fan of every team, of course, that's the guy that's telling you that your team is good, right? No, these guys are really good. Trust me. Yeah. That's what the Patriots said. That's what Jacksonville said. A lot of these people aren't lying. And I always say, as much as people say don't listen to a fan when they're talking about the team, I always say, listen to them more than anybody, because no one knows their team as good as a fan, right? I watch all the press conferences. I watch all of the content that smaller creators put out. I watch the funny stuff. I watch the serious stuff. I listen to the radio channel. There's nothing this team does that I'm not aware of. They don't make a step without me knowing which direction it's in. The only things that aren't revealed to me are the things that Sean Payton personally chooses not to reveal to the public. Outside of that, I know everything that's going on with the team. So when I put a large sum of money on Denver to win more than 5.5 games last year, it was because it was humorous. It was it was a joke. 5.5 wins. We're gonna reach that by maybe October, and they did. It was immediate that we were like, they lose week 1 and week 2, and then week 3 we go down to Tampa, blow Tampa Bay out. Now Tampa was coming off of a win where they went to Detroit and beat the Lions, and Denver was 0-2 going into this game in Tampa, and everybody said, no way. Denver's going to get smoked. I think the predictions were like 28-10, Tampa Bay. I think that's what Denver won the game by, 28-10, or maybe 3. I don't even know if they got a touchdown in that game. And then we went and played Aaron Rodgers and the Jets in a rainy, gross, gritty game where it came down to the Jets in a field goal, and they weren't able to make it because it was too far, because Rodgers took a sack. The play before, it was a big defensive win. Then we came back home and played the Raiders in our throwback uniforms on a 2-win streak. And the Raiders got off to a good start. It was 10-0. Then we got a field goal. It was 10-3. Then the Raiders were on the goal line about to score and go up 17-3. And Patrick Surtain had a 99-yard interception returned for a touchdown. And we would go on to, it was a huge turning point in that game. The Cleveland Browns game, Nick Bonito, interception returned for a touchdown. The throw to Marvin Mims all the way down. The Colts game, you had Jonathan Taylor drop the ball in a celebration on the 1-yard line. He didn't cross the goal line. And then an interception returned for a touchdown by Nick Bonito again. This is an edge rusher, by the way. Another interception returned for a touchdown. And this was it. It was like Denver was a young team that had its flaws, but they found ways to win the game. And mostly it was because Bo Nix was playing really good and the defense was elite, best in the NFL. The only other team that you can even compare it to is Philly. And then we go into this offseason and we go to the playoffs, lose to the Bills, get embarrassed. And yeah, we lost. We played the Chiefs. We played the Chiefs very well. Denver should have beaten Kansas City in Arrowhead. For those that don't remember, Bo Nix had about 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I believe, 3 minutes. And the Chiefs had a 1-point lead on us. And if Denver could get a field goal, they would win the game. And the Chiefs knew that. And Bo Nix went out there, calm in Arrowhead, calm as a whistle, going out there, throwing the ball, making elite plays. You had a lot of those crossing layered routes, throwing it to Cortland Sutton, and he leads the team all the way down to the 30-yard line. And then we're just running the football, and there was nothing more the Chiefs could do. They were out of timeouts. They had to hope for a miracle, and they got it. They blocked the field goal. Kansas City went on to continue to be undefeated. And it was disappointing. It was heartbreaking because nobody was like, Bo Nix, let's talk about it. Now that field goal, a chip shot, goes in. The next day, it's like, oh my God, Bo Nix, first quarterback to go into Arrowhead and beat Mahomes this year. And it was the same thing against Indy. Like, they get the leverage penalty week 2. Indy gets a re-kick, and they make it. So then it's like the Bronco fans would have gone from, we just beat the Colts. Our offense looked good. We ran the ball well. The Colts were looking really good before we played them. And instead of, that, it's, oh my God, what a terrible loss. We have some serious issues. And then the week after that, we played the Chargers and lose again. And it's like, there are Bronco fans talking about, I can't even watch this team play. and I want to be like super clear about something. And I wrote this morning, and I would say this is for Bronco fans. This is for NFL fans in general, not even just Bronco fans. This is what I wrote this morning. Loyalty can't be compromised, and fandom can't be faked. Show me a Bronco fan who threatens to quit watching, and I will show you someone pretending to be devoted. That is the way fandom works. It doesn't matter how bad it is. You can't stop watching if you wanted to because you're too invested. All right. You're not there by choice. You were chosen by the gods of the team. Right. What kid at 3-4 years old sits down and watches every single Broncos game? Right. That's unheard of. But the people that do it, obviously, they were chosen to be passionate Bronco fans, because I don't believe we truly pick our passions, right? That's why they tell kids to try different sports, see which one you like, because obviously if you could just pick something and say, I'm going to like this, life would be a lot different, but that's not the way it works. We don't know what we're going to cling to. We don't know what our passions are going to be. We don't know the, type of personality that we're going to fall in love with. Like, I need somebody more assertive. I need somebody that's, more laid back. I need a planner. I need someone that doesn't. We're all wired differently. We all have different needs, and we all are attracted to different things. And there's no way you can convince me, after losing to a Colts team and a Chargers team, especially the Colts team, we lost from a penalty. And then the Chargers game, we're up 10 points with 3 minutes left in that game. We lose it. Heartbreaking. Yes, I'll give you that. Disappointing, infuriating, frustrating, embarrassing. It's all of those things. But to stop watching, you're going to stop watching. What? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you act like you were embarrassed, like how Saints fans should feel, or Bengals fans. You lost 2 games by 2 teams that at the time were collectively 6-0, and you lost both of them on the last second of the game because of a field goal. You didn't get humiliated. You didn't have more penalties than you had yards. There's no reason for you guys to be throwing a tantrum. The only reason is because you had very high expectations for this team, as did I, and you don't know how to handle your disappointment. So you're freaking out and you're acting, you're lashing out on the team and on, the fan base and X and Twitter and how toxic it gets. I don't associate with that part of Broncos country. I'm also not, one of those people that's like, I refuse to, talk negative about my team, because I think those fans are really weird too. I just will report to you the news, and I'm always going to hope that it gets better. Now, this game was exactly what I knew was going to happen. Okay. Because the truth is Denver's not a bad team. They're not. They've struggled mightily, I will add, in a couple categories on the offensive side of the ball. And, if it weren't for our defense being, I believe, the best in the NFL by far, I don't think there's even a close second. Now, I know you might be thinking they gave up 150 yards on the ground to Amari and Hampton, and the week before they couldn't stop anything against the Colts. I get all of that, but I think sometimes even really good defenses struggle against really good offenses. I think it's that simple. I don't think just because a defense doesn't have their best game in that moment that kind of sums up the kind of defense we are. Okay. Anytime a defense has, 6 sacks in a game, you should win that game, right? 6 sacks. That's a lot of game altering plays. The offense was the problem. And I will talk about the Broncos going into this game and why I knew this was going to be the outcome. I knew it would be the outcome because Denver was a good team and they were going against clearly a very, very bad team. The Bengals are very bad. You know how bad they are? there was something I wanted to mention here, that the Bengals have the fewest rushing yards. This was going into the Broncos game. The fewest amount of rushing yards since 1933 while maintaining a winning record. So no team maintaining a winning record has had fewer rushing yards than the Bengals. Like, that's been the thing. Like, if you can't run the football at all, you're not going to win football games. You have to be able to run the football. Like, that's step one, run the football, right? If you can't even do that right, you can't do anything right. It's like, you got all these weapons on offense, but if you can't run the football, you can't go on long drives, which means that you're not running enough plays to get them involved. It all starts with running the football. Very cliche, but true. And if it weren't for the Bengals being historically bad at running the football, Denver would be the worst. Thankfully, they're not the worst because of the Bengals. Now, last night, I was up until 3 a.m. looking at the Broncos, trying to figure something out, right? What's wrong with this team? Like, I know that they're struggling in the first quarter, but like, why are they getting off to such slow starts? And then why, when it's going, is it going so well? You know, it would be one thing if it was like when we had Russell Wilson and we would not score the entire game, and then we would be down like 3 possessions, and then in the final 7 minutes of the game, the Broncos would be able to drive down and score a touchdown. That's just the defense getting soft because, you know, they're trying not to give up a big play, and you're able to get some, you know, I guess, pride yards at the end of the game. But Denver is not that. You know, what we saw this year so far was that Denver in the second quarter was having a ton of success. In the third quarter, they were having success. The first quarter and the fourth quarter were, I don't even know. Like, it was embarrassing. Denver in the first quarter, they barely have the ball. You know, we were in this game and it was like, here we are, 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Denver, you know, is just now getting the ball back after going 3 and out to start the game. Like, here we go. This is how it happens, right? This is why we have a 39% time of possession in the first quarter. Okay. In the second quarter, it goes up to 46%. In the third quarter, it goes up to 55%, which is actually 6th in the NFL, which tells you in the third quarter, Denver's holding the ball. They're going on long drives, and that's third in the NFL. Okay, not 6th, third. So, or no, I said third quarter, not so. Yeah, 6th in the NFL, 55%. Okay, but then in the fourth quarter, their time of possession goes back down to a 45%, which is their second worst. Of course, the first quarter being their worst. So their worst quarters on offense were the first and the fourth quarter, which was kind of the common theme, right? They had 3 touchdown passes in the first half against the Colts, and then they scored 0 points in the fourth quarter. They scored in the opening drive of the second half, and then Denver didn't score another point the rest of the game. With, you know, 80% of the third quarter and all of the fourth quarter, they couldn't get a single point. So that's why, you know, that's what it took for us to lose. It took that. It took penalties. It took a bad interception. It took a doinked field goal by Will Lutz, a 35-yarder that was going right through the uprights and then just veered off course like voodoo magic I've never seen before. And then the leverage penalty, that's what it took to lose to the Colts. Like, keep that perspective. It's everything, right? It's the truth. More than anything, it's the truth. And don't you want to react realistically to these things? Don't be a victim of your own emotions. Put your emotions in check by telling the truth about what you saw and where we're at. It was still disappointing. Yes, I'll give you that. But I'm looking at this last night going, what is it about our team that when it's clicking, they are so good? And then at other times you're like, do we need a new play caller? Like, is that it? Is it Sean's not good at calling plays? And I think it came down to a couple things: predictability and being too conservative. Sean was calling a lot of plays that are just very predictable. The quick screens to Marvin Mims, like nobody was falling for it. Last year it worked for us. But this year it was like people were saying, okay, we're going to take that away and we're going to make you beat us with Bo Nix pushing the ball down the field. We think he can't do it. You're going to have to, make us pay for it. In last week, there were 3 times that Denver had a chance to make them pay for it. It was 3 touchdowns, and all of them were 1 or 2 yards outside of the reach. Maybe Cortland Sutton could have caught the one in the fourth quarter, but Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin, both right there, but couldn't quite get the ball. Marvin Mims, I don't believe it was his fault. I think Bo Nix needs to throw a better ball. And that's 3 touchdowns. That's a win. That's a win right there. And like I said, I'm not saying like, oh, if all the bad things didn't happen, we would win. Because that's like shoulda, woulda, coulda. I'm telling you that these plays were right there. I mean, they're right there. They're there for the Broncos to take. And if they do that, not only are they undefeated at this point in the season, but they roll the Chargers. They roll them. They don't just kind of beat them, but it's like 35-10 at some point in this game. Like they had these opportunities. So what's going on with that predictability behavior? Because they're last in the NFL in rushing attempts in the first quarter. They're 29th in passing attempts with only 24 in the first quarter. Out of 24 attempts, okay? Out of 24 attempts, they're 30th in first quarter passing completion percentage. 4.4 yards per attempt in the first quarter. But how do you have a 54 completion percentage when you're 30th in the NFL in depth of target? You're only throwing it 4.4 yards, which is 30th in yards per attempt, yet your completion percentage still ranked 30th as well. And that's what is crazy. And I said, for comparison, like Geno Smith and Brock Purdy have a similar completion percentage, but their depth of target is 8 yards per attempt. That's like double Bo Nix's. I could understand if Bo Nix was throwing it down the field that, there would be a higher margin of incomplete passes. But why are we missing passes that are 3 yards in front of us? That's what was concerning. Now, defensively in the first quarter, Denver's top 3. They're only giving up 3 yards per carry on the ground to opponents rushing. Opponent completion percentage, Denver's 4th defensively. They're only allowing a 51.7% completion percentage or passes to be completed, 51%. That's 4th. Denver's only given up 68 points through 3 games. Tennessee, Miami, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Houston, New Orleans, and Denver. Oh, they've only scored 68 points. Tennessee, Miami, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Houston, New Orleans, and Denver. That's the group of teams from 26th, where Denver is, to 32. And look at that. Tennessee hasn't won a game. Miami got their first win today. Cleveland, 1 win. Cincinnati, somehow 2 wins, but historically the worst team to have 2 wins ever. Houston got their first win. Denver got their first win, and the Saints are still winless. There's a reason all these teams are either winless or they only have 1 win. It's because you have to score more points than that. The only difference is Tennessee and New Orleans and, Miami and all these other teams are getting blown the hell out. Denver had an opportunity to be undefeated. And how weird would that be, right? An undefeated team that when you look at the points they're scoring, they're with all of these teams that are winless. And then there's just one undefeated team hanging out in there. That's defense. That's defense. That's the 6 sacks I mentioned, week 1. That's the, 20 sacks or 17 sacks through 4 weeks of football. That's what it gets you. It gets you an opportunity to win these games. And our defense has given Denver an opportunity to win these games. And I said this in the post game against the Chargers. I'll say it again. Our defense will give us a chance to win 100% of our games this year. It is up to our offense to hold up their end of the bargain. Because if our offense was rolling the way the Colts, or, even the way the Jaguars are rushing the football right now, they're 3rd in the NFL running the ball. The Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, hell, the Packers. If our offense was putting out a product that was top 10, dare I say, this would be the unanimous best team in the NFL. Period, point blank, end of story. And what's frustrating is that they have the potential to be a top 10 offense. And we know that because, well, in certain quarters, they are, right? If you look at the second quarter, Denver's 9th with 7.3 yards per attempt. So they go from 4.4 to 7.3, which ranks top 10. So Denver starts pushing the ball down the field. They're also 5th in the NFL in points in the second quarter. So there's top 5. Well, what about their completion percentage? Because you said they're throwing the ball, almost twice as far. They're 11th. 67.7 completion percentage in the second quarter. Now, they're still 29th in rushing attempts in the second quarter. They're 32nd, dead last in rushing yards in the second quarter. Why do they have 2.2 yards per carry? Well, there's 17 total carries for the Broncos in the second quarter. Okay. They have one carry in the second quarter all year that was more than 10 yards, right? A run play that's 10 yards or more, they have one. Okay. So first quarter yards per attempt leaders: Seattle, Buffalo, Indianapolis, Detroit, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh. Those are your leaders. Third quarter. Okay. And this is important because we just said, okay, Denver's like the worst in the NFL in all these categories, essentially, in the first quarter. But in the second quarter, they're a top 5 team in some metrics and offensively, and in others, they're top 10. So what happens in the third quarter? They're 17th in attempts. They're 6th in yards. They're 6th in yards per attempt with 6.21 yards per attempt. They have 24 carries for 149 yards. So now they're starting to run the football. Third quarter, though, we go back to 4.4 yards per attempt. Here it is. Okay. So in the first quarter, we do this, and now here it comes in the third quarter. 68.2 completion percentage. That's a lot better than the 50 in the first quarter, at least. They have 97 total yards in the third quarter. That's crazy. First quarter, they have 105 total yards on the season, right? The Colts, for contrast, have 400 plus passing yards in the first quarter alone this year. Okay. The Broncos have 105. The Packers, the Jags, the Bears, they all have 400 plus passing yards in the first quarter alone, while Denver has 105. They got to figure a way to get it going. So I'm looking at this game or this, kind of recap last night, and I'm going, that's it. This is why Denver, it looks like there's something we can take away from this game that is actually something we can carry with us for the rest of the year. Because here's what I believe all of this means. Denver comes out every single week with a very bland, boring, conservative, whatever you want to call it, game plan. They come out there. They're predictable. That's their biggest problem. We're going to run it on first down. Then on second down, we're going to do that wide receiver screen thing. And then on third down, we're going to I don't know. We'll try to throw it from shotgun. But a lot of times we're going to have a holding penalty or some kind of pre-snap penalty. So, our average third down is going to be 3rd and 12. That's the way the Chargers game went. I mean, you're not going to convert many third downs when you're averaging 12 yards every third down. And that's why Denver, I think they were 2 for 12 in the Chargers game. That's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. And you go, well, okay, how do you convert on third down? How do you get to a point where you're like, we're going to convert on third down? Well, it's easy. You run the football, right? If you run the football well on first down, you're picking up 4 yards. Now it's 2nd and 6. You can do whatever you want pretty much, but a lot of teams that are good at running the football, they'll run it again. And then it'll bring up 3rd and 3. And then they will pass the ball for a first down. And then right when the defense thinks, well, it's first down again, here comes a run. Now they're throwing it. Now they're running it. You don't know what they're going to do. And it all kind of starts from just a 4-yard run on first down. I mean, that's how important this is. And no penalties. Even for the Bengals today, every time they had a drive, they had only 2 times, but they had some life in the second half. The reason they ended up punting was because of penalties. It's a unanimous thing. Like the NFL, it's hard to get yards, and holding is a 10-yard penalty. There's not many teams that if you get a holding on first down and it's 1st and 20, there's not many teams that are going to convert. That's how detrimental it is. That you could even have all 3 downs to do it, and it's really difficult. Because everybody knows it's like you're going to run that draw play or you're going to throw a screen on 1st and 20. You're hoping you can get some of the yardage back, and now it's 2nd and 13. But a lot of times, because it's a predictable play, you get shut down right away, and now it's 2nd and 19. And you're like, okay, we have to throw the ball. The defense knows that too. And it's hard to get 19 yards in an obvious passing situation. The 2023 Tampa Bay Bucks were 31st in rushing yards per game. 2024, Liam Cohen came in. His first season with Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay finished top 5 in the NFL in rushing yards per game because they emphasized running the football. And look how good Tampa Bay was last year with Baker Mayfield. All right, Jacksonville last year without Liam Cohen, they were 25th in the NFL in rushing yards per game. Today, they're 3rd in the NFL. Okay. Now, what's funny is Jacksonville was, they were 25th in the NFL in rushing yards per game. That's why they were last in time of possession. Because if you can't run the football, you can't keep the ball. Okay. Now, the 2025 leaders in time of possession: Buffalo, Jacksonville, Detroit, Indianapolis. The leaders in rushing yards: Buffalo, Washington, Jacksonville, Detroit, the Colts, and Atlanta. The leader in points is, what is that? No. That's not points. That's points allowed defensively. Houston, Seattle, the Chargers, Jacksonville, Arizona. Okay. And then allowed first downs per game. Okay. How many first downs do these teams get per game? Okay. Number 1, you have Dallas, Buffalo, the Colts, the 49ers, the Rams, and New Orleans. Now, the reason I wrote this out was to say, look, Buffalo is the number 1 rushing team in the NFL, and they're the number 2. They're the second most first downs in the NFL. You see what I'm saying? The Colts are 6th in rushing yards, or 5th in rushing yards in the NFL, and they have the 3rd most first downs of any team in the NFL. So there's a direct correlation between teams that are having a ton of success running the football and picking up first downs, which keeps you on the field, and it allows you to diversify what you're doing, because now you're having success in running the football. It allows you to get creative. You can't get creative when you can't do the little things right, the basic things, like we got to go out, run the football. And once we pick up a first down, we can do whatever the hell we want because we're going to have them guessing whether we're running or passing. But if they don't have to respect your run, then it just all goes down the crapper. And it's funny because these are so cliche. Like, we got to run the football. It's so cliche, but it's so true. And the real question was, why was Denver not running the football when they were having so much success doing it? I mean, there was really no reason when you looked at, Denver and the way they ran the football. J.K. Dobbins, last week had 63 yards on the ground. R.J. Harvey had 70. J.K. Dobbins is 11th in rushing yards per attempt with 5.41. I mentioned this earlier. Jonathan Taylor is 12th in the NFL. They're 11th. The Broncos are 11th in rushing yards per carry. They're 32nd in rushing attempts. And I said yesterday, if I had one question for Sean Payton, I would ask Sean this. Sean, is there any reason you are 11th in rushing yards per carry, yet you are dead last in the NFL in rushing attempts in the first quarter? Please let me know. Why is it that a borderline top 10 team in yards per carry is running the football less than any team in the NFL? Would like to know that. And there's only really one obvious reason, right? It's not because we're not running the football effectively. It's penalties. A lot of penalties. If you're watching these games, you remember these moments. You go, that's a drive killer. Not because we can't convert a first down when it's 1st and 15. It's a drive killer because you can't do it the way that opens up your game plan where you run the football. Now you're in this like, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to pass it now and, just get aggressive, or are we going to try to stick to our game plan and run the football? And, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Denver tries to stick with their game plan. They run it on 2nd and 15. They get 2 yards, and now it's 3rd and 12. And all of a sudden, the punter's coming onto the field. You can't have the penalties. That's why the Bengals are going to fire Zach Taylor today, because of the penalties. It's not because they didn't win or because they couldn't get yards. It's because they couldn't keep the flags off the field. That's coaching. Flags are coaching, okay? Now, sometimes you'll give a team the benefit of the doubt because there's certain teams that have a lot of penalties that you look and you're like, actually, there's some really good coaches that are bottom of the NFL right now in penalties, okay? But this is what I think it comes down to. To sum it all up, Denver's going out there. They're having no success in the first quarter. I'll give you the Chargers game, for example. They went 3 and out. Then they went 3 and out. Then they went 5 and out. Then the first quarter was over. Denver had ran, 9 plays. The first quarter's done. 0 points. Barely had the ball. Time of possession was like 2 minutes. And the Chargers dominated the time of possession. And also, when you don't go on any kind of a drive offensively, you're asking your defense like, hey, sorry, I need you to get back on the field and go back against, Joe Alt and Amari and Hampton and, that physical team that Harbaugh puts together. They're not even getting a break. So then your defense starts giving up uncharacteristic amounts of yards. And then the fan base goes, this defense sucks. Oh my God, no, this defense doesn't suck. They've been put in very sucky situations that we would like to see them overcome. But I think, all things considered, the defense has done a pretty good damn job with what they've been given. There's a reason that the other teams that have had the same amount of success as Denver are Tennessee, Miami, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Houston, and the winless Saints. Denver's had a chance to win all these games because of the defense that so many Bronco fans are blaming. So you got to keep that perspective in mind, okay? Finally, this is what I believe is happening. Because Denver's going out there and the first quarter's vanishing before our eyes before we even get a first down in some cases. Denver's coming out in the second quarter and they're saying we're going to go be aggressive, because it feels like somebody is holding your hand to the fire. Like, okay, we can feel the collective pressure from the fans, from the national TV viewers, from the players, like the defense. When you feel that kind of pressure, you stop being cute and you go out there and you start throwing the football. It's like whenever a team's down, 21 points, then all of a sudden their offense is clicking, and it's like, why are they clicking now? Something happens when you have to score. There's no option, right? That kind of pressure. I said this yesterday. The best quarterbacks in NFL history, they could create that pressure in their first drive of the football game, right? Peyton Manning, they didn't, they didn't need to have, 4 3-and-outs in a row to be like, we have to get something going now. All right, I'm throwing it deep. Come here. All right, we're gonna attack. Okay, and start kind of calling plays out of desperation a little bit, and then get something going that way. And Denver has had so much success in the second quarter directly as a result of their poor performance in the first quarter. Hey, we're not going to throw any more checkdowns. We're going down the field. We're going to attack them. We have to. What we're doing is not working, so let's start pushing the ball down the field. All right, let's take that shot to Cortland Sutton, right? Think about it. Denver was getting ready to punt again, and they said, no, screw it. Let's go for it, right? And they throw a 50-yard touchdown to Cortland Sutton. That was the play that brought Denver back into the game. It wasn't a screen or a run. It was a deep shot. So when Denver is being aggressive and the sense of urgency is at an all-time high, this team is top 10 offense in the league. When they're playing with a lead or it's 0-0 in the first quarter, this team doesn't know how to maintain a lead. They don't know how to keep their foot on the gas. I'm talking about going into this week, right? And they don't know how to go out there and really push the ball. So I thought if Denver can come out in this game and say, okay, everything that's happened against the Colts, against the Chargers, it all feels like it's kind of boiling over up to this moment right here. Let's go out there and let's make it right in front of our fans on national TV. And Denver went out there and they went 3-and-out. And I swear, when they went 3-and-out, I was like, we are not doing this. We are not doing this. And we'll talk about that 3-and-out later. But I was like, we are not doing this. And trust me, Sean Payton, the Broncos, everybody knew what was up when they had the 3-and-out. And that's why when Denver came back on the field for their second drive, they were throwing the ball 30 yards downfield and they scored a touchdown, because you see that urgency, that I don't want to call it panic, but that like we have to be aggressive. Normally you wouldn't feel that way in a 3-0 game, but because of the last 2 weeks, it rolled into this week and Denver got to kind of feel the fire that wasn't even there, which is important because that's what's keeping Sean aggressive. In turn is what's fueling our offense. It's Sean's aggressiveness that is giving us what we want, the results we want. And Sean was aggressive in the first quarter. And then he was able to start running the football and continue to run the football. And then Denver could do whatever they wanted. Really, they could. They were running it. There was a couple of drives where they ran it 80% of the time. There was drives where they were throwing it on first down, on second down, first down, second down, first down. They were able to do whatever they wanted, but I believe it was because of the urgency that they came in with. I think it resulted in the Broncos being much more aggressive in this game than they would have been had they beaten the Chargers and the Colts. And think about it too. The Colts challenged our defense more than any team has this year. And Bo threw 3 touchdown passes in the first half. Why? Because we had to. Because we had no other choice, right? There's that urgency. They rose to the occasion offensively. And then, when they had a 2-possession lead, they couldn't score another point for the rest of the game. Just like the Chargers game. 2-possession lead, couldn't score another point. They have to find a way to continue to play with urgency and desperation. Now, looking at this game in a whole, I'm really happy. Because we won. I knew we were going to win. I think there's some things we're going to need to clean up on. And now I'm going to do my 5-minute Broncos Bengals game analysis. Okay. 3 plays into the game, Denver had to call a timeout. Okay. They came out there with no tempo. They run the ball on first down. They run the ball second down. Or I'm sorry. I think maybe they passed it on second down. But then on third down, think about it. There was a second down because they had a 0-yard play. I think it was an incompletion, and it was 3rd and 3. And Bo Nix is trying to get out of the huddle, and he has to call timeout. Okay. Now, this is part of the frustration is that they took all these pre-snap penalties, which, that's why your average was 3rd and 12. It wasn't because Bo was taking sacks or they were getting, blown up our running back in the backfield. It was because we had a penalty on almost every possession. And now here it was again where Bo said, can't take a penalty. We have to call a timeout. But it's like, why are you struggling with just the operations part of football, getting in and out of the huddle? It's one thing if you throw a 60-yard bomb and you're like trying to run down there and it's like, what are we doing? Are we going to punt? Are we going to kick the field goal? Are we going to go for it? There's scenarios where I'll give a pass, but there was no reason why it should take 45 seconds to go from a 3-yard play to the next play on your first drive where the plays should already be scripted, right? These are scripted plays. So in my opinion, it's unexcusable. And I would ask Sean about that in the postgame. Why, is there something going on with the terminology? I noticed you guys had to call timeout before that 3rd down after a 3-yard gain. Is that normal for having your first 10 plays scripted? I could understand if the plays weren't scripted and, you're as a coach, maybe you take an extra 5 seconds deciding and, that kind of rolls over to Bo's time. But anyway, it was what we saw the last couple of weeks. So of course it was frustrating. And then they pitch it on 3rd and 2. Mike McGlinchey got pushed back, got thrown like a rag doll. And then so did, what was it? He was supposed to block number 98 and he got pushed back. McGlinchey and Luke Wattenberg got bull rushed. They got bullied. Okay. So whatever. The Broncos have to come out and punt. Then we have Rice pulling, or Riley Moss pulling Jamar Chase's jersey. Okay. Why is Moss covering Jamar Chase was my first question. The Bengals, they threw it on this drive, on their first drive, and then on this drive collectively, they've thrown at Moss 3 times at this point in the game. Okay. And then by the second quarter, it was actually, they targeted Jamar Chase twice and T. Higgins twice, and all 4 times it was Riley Moss that was in coverage. So they just targeted Riley Moss the entire game nonstop. And I thought it started very shaky because of that first drive. But I think overall, Riley Moss did a really good job today. A really good job. Still, though, it's hard to tell like what happened in that first quarter. Why was Riley Moss getting beat over and over and over? Was it Riley Moss doing a good job, or did the Bengals not have a quarterback that could capitalize on Riley Moss's coverage? Because in the first quarter, he did capitalize on it a couple of times, and we were all going, oh, we are not doing this again. Please, not week 17 again. Okay. So the Bengals, they throw at Moss a couple of times. Jonah Ellis jumps off sides. Officials made a bad call. They end up getting the center for the way he whipped his head down. The head snap. They called a false start on the center. And that was a drive killer when it should have been an automatic first down because Nick Benito jumped off sides. Once again, a Broncos mistake that they didn't have to pay for, that if this was called the right way, Bronco fans would be mad, and who knows what the Bengals do with that new set of downs that they get. And this is the way we have to look at these things. Okay, then because that, Broncos get the ball back. Okay, so now they're going down. They're on their second drive of the game, which is good, right? They get the ball back after the 3 and out. Bo Nix takes off, runs for 3 yards. Then we get a big drop by Troy Franklin on second down. Okay, and you're like, oh my gosh, now it's 3rd and 7. We haven't gotten a first down yet in this game. But really, it's frustrating because Troy Franklin dropped it. It was a 30-yard reception. He just dropped it right in his hands, right? Drops the ball. And you're thinking, oh, God, please convert this 3rd down. Please, please, please. So 3rd down, they get a 12-yard catch from Cortland Sutton, which was like a must-need. A fresh set of downs. Then they get a 20-yard gain from Trotman, another one of those layered crossing passes. Then they get an 8-yard. See, look, now they get 2 first downs, and all of a sudden they get an 8-yard rushing, 8-yard carry by, RJ Harvey. Then they get a 4-yard fullback gain on first down. Then they get a new first down. Then they bring in J.K. Dobbins. Bo Nix, after a Pat Bryant target on a fade route, Bo Nix runs it in himself. So, boom, we got a touchdown. The Broncos went on a really good drive right there. They were running it. They were passing it. Unfortunately, Troy Franklin had a really bad drop, but overall, they overcame because of the completion to Cortland Sutton. The end of the first quarter came. Jake Browning had 2 passing attempts to T and 2 to Jamar Chase. And all 4 times, like I said, Riley Moss was in the coverage. Second quarter began, and on a 3rd and 2, they were able to run for 3 yards. Frustrating. It's 3rd and 2. Can't have them pick it up on the ground. You just can't. Then we got T. Higgins, a 37-yard completion. Riley Moss on the coverage. But it was offsides on the Bengals, so the play didn't count. Now, this was another huge turning point where it's like, oh, God, thank God the Bengals were shooting themselves in the foot. Because this game did not start off super great for us, okay? 37-yard completion. Nobody remembers because of an offsides. Then it's 1st and 20. They run a halfback draw. Singleton makes the tackle. Then next thing you know, it's 2nd and 13. Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito are able to have a sack or at least cause them to have to throw it away. 3rd and 20. Jamar Chase has a 10-yard completion, but now it's 4th and 12, and the Bengals have to punt it. So the Broncos do a good job defensively. Thankfully, there was an offsides on the 37-yard completion, and the Broncos get the ball back. And on their 3rd possession, okay, they get Adam Trotman with a big catch. Okay, 2nd down, we get Cortland Sutton with a big catch, brings up another 1st down, and the Broncos end up scoring a touchdown. Then, actually, the Bengals on their 4th drive, their first target was against Riley Moss again. And their 2nd target, guess who? Riley Moss again, taking a deep shot for Jamar Chase. Then on 3rd down, they can't convert. Broncos come back on the field. 4th drive. There's a hands to the face penalty immediately. 1st down Broncos. JK, an amazing run where he showed tremendous patience. How many times tonight did you see J.K. Dobbins take the ball and have an amazing amount of patience without waiting too long? Which I said, there's like a half of a second where of a margin for error in the patience versus the waiting too long. He did a great job today. J.K., an amazing run. We saw J.K. Dobbins go on 4 straight runs, and this is what it allows you to do, right? Now that you're passing the ball and running the ball, now you can just go, let's run it 4 times in a row down their throat, okay? They actually had a 15-yard gain on the ground, but the Broncos had a holding penalty that brought it back. Guess who? Luke Wattenberg. Luke Wattenberg called for holding. Okay, RJ Harvey then has a completion for 3 yards. Then they have a 27-yard completion to Troy Franklin. Then RJ Harvey has a 7-yard run. They go back to Franklin. Evan Ingram has a great catch. Ball's on the 2-yard line. The Bengals end up calling a timeout because the Broncos are going for it on 4th and goal. The Bengals had 12 men on the field. If they snap that ball, it's an automatic 1st down for 12 men on the field, but the Bengals, they call a timeout, and that allows them to get 11 on the field, and then Bo throws an interception. And you're like, oh my God, come on. You felt like at this point in the game, it was 14-3, and you felt like you were going to pile it on, right? You felt like that was going to be 21-3, and then we're going to go to halftime, and then the Broncos are going to get the ball to start the second half and go 28-3. And instead, an interception. We can, under no circumstances, have an interception on the 1-yard line ever. Just the completions at this point in the game, the completions that were negated from penalties from the Bengals, the big chunk plays that were negated because it drops in penalties offensively for us, and the interceptions and the interception on the 1-yard line, we would be in a very close game with whatever team we were playing if they were respectable, like the Detroit Lions or the Eagles. So let's keep it all in perspective so far. So then the Bengals, they start on the 20-yard line because they said it was a catch. I don't think he caught it, by the way. I thought it was an incomplete pass. But they give him 1st down on the 20-yard line. And guess what? Denver's defense gets a 3-and-out. Benito and Jonathan Cooper both get a sack. They meet Jake Browning at the same time, collectively hit him. And the Broncos offense comes back out. Now they're on the 20-yard line. And you're wondering, I wonder how Denver's going to play this, because here they are on the 20-yard line. They have 2 timeouts because they had to call one in the very first drive. And I was hoping that Denver would be aggressive because, like I said, going into this game, it's the key to our success. And that's exactly what Denver did. They weren't even trying to get in field goal range, although it probably started innocent like that. they were able to get to a point where they said, screw it, let's go for it all. All right, so Denver comes out on the 20-yard line. Ingram, just a 2-yard catch. Then we get Troy Franklin with the catch that brings up a first down. Evan Ingram has a drop on second down. This would have been a first down. Just drops the ball. Then we take a deep shot on 3rd and 10 to Marvin Mims. And it was the best throw maybe of the day from Bo Nix. A beautiful throw. And what I loved about this throw was that Bo Nix had time. The blocking was great. I hear a lot about Bo Nix is the best pocket. They have the best pass protection in the NFL. Then you watch the game and it's like, it doesn't feel like it all the time. This play, it felt like Bo Nix had one of the best offensive lines in the league. He had his feet set. He wasn't jumpy. He wasn't throwing off platform. And he zipped it in there. A throw that had a margin of error that was maybe half a yard, and he got it. And Mims made a tremendous catch because he took a hit. And that was the turning point right there. I mean, it's 3rd and 10, and the Broncos aggressively, not just play call, but Bo Nix. That's an aggressive throw. And it pays off. And I wanted to make a note that Evan Ingram, he chipped Trey Hendrickson. So in order for Bo to get this throw off, none of this happens without the chip that Evan Ingram was able to get. Okay. So it's the little things that make the big difference. A chip by Evan Ingram results in them not punting. And we know what happens on this drive, right? They get the clean pocket, complete it. Then they get a 12-yard gain to Tyler Batty or Bidet. Then he has a drop on second down. The drops were killing us, and they continued to happen. 17 seconds left in the game when that drop happened. And then you get Sutton on a quick slant. Now it's 3rd and 2. Okay. There's 8 seconds. And then you go, hey, let's take a shot to the end zone. Cortland Sutton touchdown. A great release, a very strong catch. And what we found to close out the first half here was that Cortland Sutton was the clutchest player for the Broncos. Period. 4 of 5 of his catches were on 3rd down. In his last one being with basically no time left in the first half. Those plays where you were like, things are going to get really, really negative if they don't convert here. Sutton was the guy that Bo Nix went to every single time, and Sutton caught, 80% of them in the first half. Then the second half, Broncos start off with a 5 and out. Unfortunate. The Bengals 3 and out. Then the Broncos get the ball back. Alex Palczewski gets called for a blindside block. Next thing you know, it's 1st and 25. Broncos are moving the ball. RJ Harvey has a 14-yard reception. Then Evan Ingram called back. A big play to Evan Ingram. Why is it called back? Luke Wattenberg, a legal man downfield. Now they have to punt the ball. Now keep in mind, they started with a 5 and out in the second half. So their first 2 possessions in the second half were both punts. And both punts, one went to the 30-yard line, one went to a touchback. I mean, it was a net. The punt was a net 30 yards for punting. So we got to figure out what's going on with the punting, because if you're punting from the 50-yard line, they shouldn't be starting at the 30 or the 20. They should be starting inside the 5 or at least inside the 7 or the 10. But come on, the 20-yard line, that's terrible. New possession. Then J.K. Dobbins comes out. He's running the football. A big throw to Franklin. You get J.K. Dobbins on 1st and 10 with a 10-yard gain. Bo Nix is starting to feel himself. He's throwing the ball around. You get a holding snap infraction Then you get a huge play, probably a 30, 40-yard play, dropped by Troy Franklin. Okay? This was frustrating because this wasn't his first drop of the game. As I mentioned earlier, Troy Franklin had a big drop in the first quarter. So we saw 2 times today that Troy Franklin, honestly, he's got probably 70 yards and a touchdown off the board because of a drop, because of drops. We can't have this next week. We have to capitalize on these opportunities. We have to clean up the penalties. There were so many times Luke Wattenberg was getting us called back, and next thing you know, we're punting the football. Or Alex Palczewski has, a blindside block on a player that's not even a part of the play. Somebody that's not even a threat to make a tackle. It's just stupid. It's like Hufanga, throwing down Keenan Allen on the final drive of the Chargers game when every yard counts, giving up another 15 for no reason. For no reason. First new possession. This was our first possession where we ended up getting a touchdown because they had a 20-yard third down. What was it? An 11-yard. Oh, no. They had a punt again. Okay. Because of the holding and the snap infraction. And then the drop by Franklin. So look at the series of events, right? I mean, Denver punts it their first 3 drives in the second half. And the drive killer was the penalties. Snap infraction, holding, and a 30-yard drop. And boom, they punt it. And it was, again, a 40-yard punt. John Franklin Myers comes out there, gets a sack. And the defense, they don't give up. I don't even think another first down. I stopped taking notes because it was the Broncos ended up getting a touchdown, a long drive with a heavy dose of J.K. Dobbins that was sealed by a touchdown from R.J. Harvey. And this game was put away. Okay. Very, very good win for the time being. But if we don't clean these things up, it's not going to be a whole lot better next week when we play the Eagles. I still think it's going to come down to the wire, but the Eagles are going to win at the very last second of the game if the Broncos don't get it all cleaned up. We got some comments to hit here, and then I will say my piece. Hold on, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. All right. Ginger said, sounds like your partner had 2 horrendously awful kicks. Oh, your punter. My partner. I'm like, what? My partner? Oh, man, oh, man. All right. Uncle Shannon had a good take there. Let me see. History. Let me see. Where did I? History. He makes Joe Burrow look super uncool. More eager might have the most swag in history. They left in Buffalo earlier this year. We're so spoiled. That was the Christmas Nick game where he animated a spaceship and flew in, lifted Baker off the field. I literally love that lady reporter, LOL. Was that Bo asking Sean if he wanted to win a Super Bowl? Because that would be ice cool. That is exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. You want to win a Super Bowl? That was his draft phone call. I love it. That's why it's there at the very end. You said that multiple times last year. For sure, you knew. Eagles finally exercised their Tampa Demons. You don't hear me chugging yet for you. Haha. Taylor is a world class. Jones can be really good within systems. Guys are gym rat, high IQ. That recipe could literally be Super Bowl or 4 wins. Still early for me to act like we are something we aren't, I guess. LOL is my comment on there. And I'm hitting them all right now. But I have a lot of evidence that the Colts are for real. A lot of evidence. The Colts are for real. Football and baseball are the best sports. But yeah, I hear you, man. That's apathy at its finest. I would never forgive myself if I gave up on my beloved Eagles and Phillies, if I didn't trust my instincts and always assume the worst with them. Certain fan bases and mediums are always going to be toxic, and I think it's become more omnipresent than ever before. I hate to admit it. Anime and politics are often quite nuanced as well. But my personal constants are sports, drawing, video games, my bird buddies, and well, here at the Only Football Podcast, baby. I also really like animated shows and science, certain branches of science. Kyle, I want you to know that you helped me see the Broncos in a perspective, much like how I want the Eagles and Lions to succeed. Thank you. Thank you, Edub. Kyle, I want you to know that you helped me see the Broncos in a perspective, much like how I want the Eagles and Lions to succeed. I love that. We had so many yards, dude. Wasn't nearly that one-sided. Which game? Which one are we talking about? The Broncos? I don't remember what I said. Laura Gora, I consider a spiritual genius, but I don't always agree with him. But I do respect his viewpoints. That's the most important thing. That's it. Don't have to agree. Just have to respect. You know? People will find a way to say, no, I can't. Their viewpoints aren't worthy of being respected. And it's like, who are you to determine that? You know? Everybody has the right to an opinion, especially the ones you don't agree with. Football and internet fundamentals. Got penetration, then got a hand up and blocked a ball, of course, which then gave for and caught a fairly awesome play skill-wise, not just a lucky interception. Got penetration, then got a hand up and blocked the ball, of course, which was then for and caught. Fairly awesome play skill-wise, not just a lucky interception, but Denver definitely should have won. Penetration, hand up, and then blocked the ball, of course, which was then fought for and caught. A fairly awesome play skill-wise, not just a interception. Are you talking about a blocked field goal or an interception? Oh, you're talking about the Colts game? Or the Chiefs game? But Denver should have won, you're right. I don't think Denver should have won, just to be clear, because they didn't. So they shouldn't have won. If they wanted to win, then they would have had to not make all the mistakes that put them in that situation. I mean, that's the way I look at it, truly. Like, just because the Broncos had 3 touchdowns that, were off the board last week against the Chargers doesn't mean we should have beaten the Chargers, because we didn't prove to be capable of making the plays that were right there to be made. Just like today, there was about 10 big plays that we took off the board because of penalties or drops. That's not going to help us beat any actual good team out there. It'll work against the Bengals, but once Denver stops making those mistakes, I do think then we can talk about, we could beat anybody, I think. I really do think this team could go up against anybody, especially the Ravens, the way they're struggling right now. The Chiefs, it's like the time is right now. We have to take advantage of it. We have to rectify these things and understand that we are in a moment right now. And Sean said it when the season started. I've coached 5 or 6 teams that I felt like had a chance to win the Super Bowl. And this is one of them. And I do too, because I've been following this team for 25 years, and there's been 3 or 4 that I felt like could legitimately win the Super Bowl. It was every one of Peyton Manning's seasons besides 2015 when we won it, and this year. Every other year was just optimism where I was like, I'll be happy. I just hope we win the Super Bowl. But this year was like, no, like we should be one of the final teams remaining. If we're not, something went terribly wrong because of how much talent is on this team. But yeah, we're not there right now. That's the truth. I absolutely can't stand fundamentals or even just simply existing, but fundamentals, however, are needed. I didn't feel great overall, but they made plays, I guess, was my takeaway. Plus, that guy in front of us sucked. Friendly Denver fan let me hit his vape. That's true. The Saints, they're all like that in Denver. You got to send that pic of us in front of the sheriff, since I lost my phone and have none of the pictures now. If Mims, I will. If Mims gets to All-Pro first team returning, that's huge plus as well. The NFL season is only going to get crazier. Next thing you know, Rodgers, Goodell will be doing cartwheels. Guarantee you, Jerry Jones will live forever and ever. Giants, our boss, baby. Jackson, Cutta, Dart. Tyreek Hill, Jinja, absolutely. They just need to run the damn ball there and hire my boy. When will the Eagles lose? You guys can be honest with me. Next week. 17-0, 20-0, 19-0. The Broncos are going to win next week. It happens to me, good old Eagles and Lions on occasion. The Broncos win next week. The Jags are not relying as heavily on Trevor Lawrence. The Broncos win next week. Jinja, it makes it so much easier to rush the passer when you don't have to worry about the run, and then it makes it much harder to throw the ball because you can't run and keeps them in their lanes. Absolutely. This has been a fantastic analysis, Kyle. Thank you, Edub. He's been in his A game, Edub. Thank you, guys. You got to check out one of the late night fantasy previews in his element. Imagine if all Phil Jackson let Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant only do alley-oops, and they would have ignored their jump shots. And to be honest, once upon a time, the Eagles used to be super stubborn with running the football. McNabb, Westbrook days. Wherever you're at, it's the last day of September, depending on where you're at. Oh, well, I didn't realize that. Yes, indeed, Jinja, back when Jolly Ranchers and Airhead Candy was popular. In conjunction with the last week of the last day of September, 3/4 for 3/4 of 2025 in the books, just about out. 24 hours until October. Wake me up when September ends. Love that. I read the 24-hour and heard that dun din from the show. I read that 24 hours. It's a good sign for sure that they did what they were going to do to Cincinnati, no matter what. Good teams for that almost 100% of the time when the other team is as bad as you described. Go Piss, man. We got 5. And haha, lol. Yes, this September was a doozy, yet headlines wise was totally forgettable, but football wise, awesome, perplexing, comical as usual, and the same time and on occasion. Jinja got to meet one of his new brothers. That's also eventful. And I got to see Jinja, Edub, solid ass September. You should keep this stream going until you reach 2,000 subs. Haha, Crafty. Do I just keep talking in Forrest Gump's voice? Only football 24/7, 365. That would be awesome. Just give your other channel a little love. Jinja, 100%. Butterfingers, hysteria. I will say he had to have done a pretty darn good job on them, because if you're in the NFL, you can throw, and if he did that bad, those dudes would have been open. And if he did that bad, those dudes would have been open. How often was he on Chase? Not like insanely. There wasn't really a lot of man coverage today with the Broncos. It was very much a zone scheme, but whenever they did do man coverage, whether Riley was on T or Jamar Chase, they threw it at him every time. I would almost bet a Dobbins every time touchdown every week. Yeah, it's a good one. I didn't know he even scored this week, LOL. Still would have bet it and had 10 on the field, that 85-yard Atwell touchdown. And he said legitimately gave his body up to make that catch. 2, he landed really awkward. I said when it happened, I was worried about him. Gamer. Offense isn't consistent enough. Oh, well, every team has a chance to win the Super Bowl. So that's how they sound. Well, yeah, every team has a chance to win the Super Bowl. That's how it sounds. That's how you making me say Denver had more than 5 chances to win in the end instead of should have won. See how that sounds? Haha, yeah. They figured out to zone the shit out of the Bengals. Every team has a chance to win the Super Bowl. See how that sounds? That's how you're making me say Denver had more than 5 chances to win in the end instead of should have won. Damn, I can't understand this. I'm not sure. Maybe you could try say it another way. I'm not sure if I'm. As long as you understand me, I feel good about it. If you're agreeing with me. But if you're countering something I said, I would be interested in knowing what it is. But if you're simply just agreeing with me and I'm having a hard time understanding it, we can just move on. Tony in the chat said, brother, the other night I asked you a question about RJ Harvey. You gave me great insight. I also asked you to sit with Harvey or Ja'Cory Crocky Merritt. You gave me the win for that. I owe you one. You earned my sub, my friend, and I will continue to tune in for start sits. Love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Tony. I really appreciate that. I had like 5 to 10 people maybe that night that gave me, a bunch of questions. And I can't say I'm going to be, batting 100% every week. But this week it was that case where I gave good advice to everybody. Looking back on that video, I went back and watched it, and I'm going to make a video clip of all of the great advice with the points that they scored. But you're the first person to actually come back here and say, good job, thanks. So for that, I want to thank you, because I was hoping when I saw how the games were unfolding that some of those people that I gave the advice to, I was hoping they would come back, and you are the first one to come back. So I want to say thank you. And Jinja, hell yeah, Tone. And Jinja said, that's fucking awesome, dude. Tune in Sunday and Monday night for a listen along while you watch the games, man. It's awesome here. Jinja, always pumping up the chat. I love it. Jinja's our number one fan here with Crafty. Crafty was here the night we were trying to hit 1,000 subs, and so was Jinja. But of course, tomorrow I'm going to be going live. I might even be going live, a little bit later today. I want to talk about fantasy football, every single week, because of the performances and because the NFL is an evolving thing. So much changes from one week to the next. I mean, last week it was like, what do we do with Amari and Hampton? this, now it's like, oh, RB1 for the rest of the year. Got it. That's how significant 1 week is. So I definitely want to go live and talk about like what are those changes from week 3 to week 4. What are those things that we need to be aware of? And I got a lot of good stuff in here, and I'm going to be releasing it pretty soon. But I'm going to go hang out. I think Mary might be sleeping, but I'm going to go hang out with her, maybe scratch her back a little bit, and just hang out. And when she's sleeping, if she is sleeping, just kind of be there. And then I might come back up here and hop back on. If not, it'll be tomorrow. This takes a toll. Your family, when you're, and I was telling her that today, I was like, all the streamers that I watch, like if they were married, they got unmarried because of their podcast, because it's so time consuming. But I told her, I was like, but disappointment usually stems from unmet expectations. And I think that's why it's so important to just communicate and be like, look, September to January, like schedule gets really crazy, but the NFL offseason is pretty long. So just both people being aware, and then, once in a while, just going the extra mile on a Saturday, but I just want to let you guys know too, like I appreciate you guys being here, because I don't think a lot of times a random viewer knows like the sacrifices, we make to be here, instead of spending quality time with our family. And I'm not like guilting you or anything. I just, when you guys show up, it makes me feel like I'm not doing it in vain. That's what I'm trying to say. So thank you guys for showing up and being here. I really appreciate it. And as always, please hit the like button, hit the sub button, stay, a member. Jinja got a membership today, by the way. Thank you, Jinja, for signing up to be a member. And Tony said, have a great night, man. Thank you. Ginger said, good backfired situation there in the Mile High. She is fucking awesome, dude. The right person for you to be here with you on this ride, just as I'm sure you're the right person for her journey. Give and take is noble. Absolutely. And I'll share that with her too when I get done with this. But thank you guys. Hey, we got the dub. We got the dub. We got the dub. And I actually, hold on. Tony said, as a Broncos fan, what did you think about RJ Harvey's performance? Maybe a breakout or just a game script? No, they were asking Sean all week about RJ Harvey and, how they're going to utilize him. And Sean is saying he's a part of a lot of things. Now, the real vision for RJ Harvey is the Detroit Lions model. Okay. That's the Sonic in, what is it? Sonic and Sledge or Hedge and Sonic, whatever it is. That's kind of the vision where RJ Harvey's like the twitchy guy and J.K. Dobbins, your first down, second down ball carrier. And then it's more than that. Like RJ Harvey will go out on first down. It's not so much because you have like teams that operate with two running backs, and one of them is your first down, second down running back. And then you have like this twitchy guy that's more of a receiver, like how the Ravens use Hill. Okay. Derrick Henry and Hill, you got your powerful running back in Derrick Henry who lines up 7 yards deep in the I formation, just runs down your throat. And then you have Hill, a shifty, speedy guy, and it's a yin yang. But not all yin yangs are created equal, because look at the Lions, right? It's so much more than just yin yang, right? Because the yin yang is like we're going to combat the powerful runner with the explosive runner, but Detroit will send out David Montgomery for an entire series because how good he is. It's not so much where it's like, hey, we're going to bring in Montgomery because the situation that we're in is calling for it. It's David Montgomery is so good that we're going to put him in on a full series because it would be a waste to not do it. So I'm saying that to say the Broncos' vision for J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey is much more than a change of pace running back. The vision is what Detroit has, and that's what Denver took a step towards today. Of course, we have to keep the context that this is the Bengals. The Bengals are a team that everybody's had success offensively, but I would definitely be encouraged. This was the best scenario possible for RJ Harvey to get more touches and more opportunities in the future. And he definitely showed a lot today, I think. So this is good news. Like, if you have him on your team, his stock went up. Still, we have to kind of keep our expectations at a reasonable spot. Now, I saw today, though, he is very talented, man. And I don't know if it's going to happen next week, but at some point, I think RJ Harvey is going to be, he's capable of being a top 10 running back in the NFL. He's just getting started, but, you know, kind of manage your expectations. But if you're holding him, good on you, because he definitely increased his value tonight. And we'll see how much that results in an increase in usage next week when they play Philly, because that's a tough team. And that's probably, you know, no BS. Like, when you're playing the Eagles, the undefeated Eagles on the road, you don't have time to try anything cute, right? This is like, okay, this is a playoff game for us, right? That's how they're going to approach this. Like, what can we do as an offense that gives us the best chance to win? We have no margin for error. That's when you get to see what Sean Payton really thinks of RJ Harvey, because there's no experiments against the Eagles, right? There will be plenty of rookies that don't see the field against the Eagles that saw the field today, because we have to be at our very best to win that game. So we're going to get a little sneak peek on what Sean Payton really thinks of RJ Harvey. So I think that's just also just really good for us as people holding RJ Harvey, because we think he's good. You know, does Sean think he's good? And if he does, like, how much, you know, how much does he think he's good? Enough to play him against the Eagles? Because if that happens, if he plays 40% of the snaps against the Eagles, RJ Harvey is a flex for the rest of the season, period. And we could have an answer to this as early as 6 days from now. So very exciting stuff. And Jinja said, let's see, she's awesome. Let me see really quick. Oh, KC was in here. I didn't see you, KC. Thank you. Of course, KC. I appreciate you, brother. Don't allow the channel to affect your personal relationships. We're all human. We get it. Absolutely. Just gotta keep going. You know, people don't fail, they quit, right? And if I only went live when there were people here, like, for instance, if I went live today and no one was there, and I went, oh, okay, I'm just wasting time, I might as well go downstairs, none of this would be happening right now. And that was the case. There was nobody there for the first 30 minutes. So there's a fine line between, like, you know, being like reliant on people, being like, it's not even worth it, and just realizing, like, if you show up, people will show up, right? It's like First Take or Pat McAfee show. What makes these shows what they are is that you anticipate them and you get excited about them, and that gets you excited, right? Because people like to have something to look forward to. But if you're not reliable, you know, then all of a sudden, like, people, they don't want to get excited because they don't want to be let down. So you have to be reliable. It's like the number one thing, and it is definitely it's definitely a lot, and you try to find that balance as best as you can. Knuckles, that's what it is. Sonic and Knuckles. Montgomery is the yin and yang of Gibbs, is a number one receiver. That's what makes Detroit special too. I love David Montgomery. go watch the short film of Gibbs on Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder show. Tell him he made it. See his response. That's the ADHD I have, but he has crazy hunger. I will. Made me really like Gibbs too. You can tell he gets him. It's like 30 seconds, I believe. And KC said, I agree with Ginger. Keep your relationships prioritized, Kyle. Always. LOL, it doesn't work as a link. Okay, you try to put a link in the chat. Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm not sure why, but you can just send it to me on, X or Facebook or whatever. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. I will see you guys. Please hit the like button on the way out of here. I will see you guys on the next stream. As always, long live Bill. I hope Bill is enjoying seeing his Giants beat the Chargers on my behalf. Long live Bill. Thank you guys. Have a good night.